Hi friends, today we are going to create the clone of the LinkedIn website. So first of all, I am going to show you the demo of the project that we are going to create. So here you can see that this is the first page that we are creating, that is the sign in page. In this page, you can see that here is LinkedIn logo, then text, then there is text field for entering username and designation, and also you can see the sign in button. Then here in the right side, you can see that the picture. So I am showing you the demo by logging using two Google account. So here you can see that this is of two Google account. Here I am going to give the username and the designation as like this way, and I am going to click on the sign in button. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the home page of the project. So here you can see that in the home page, there is a nav bar which contains the logo of the LinkedIn, a search bar, and icons such as home, network, messaging, and the profile. So here you can see that a logout button. Next in the home page, you can see the sidebar which contains the banner, the profile image of the user, the name of the user, and the designation. Below that you can see a connections and invitations. Then here in the middle section you can see that the profile image and a text field and icons such as media, event, and write article. The newses are listed in the sidebar. Next, I am going to post something here by clicking the text field, and here I am giving that welcome all. The next, I am going to click on the done button. At that time, you can see that the post has been in the home page. Okay. Next, I am going to post a picture. So I'm going to click on the media here, and from here at that time you can see that a window will open for selecting the image. So from here, I'm going to select the images. Okay, so now you can see the preview here, and next I'm going to click on the done button. At that time you can see that the image has been posted in the account. Here you can say that when we close the window, you can see the upload from computer button is there. So I'm going to click on this button. At that time you can see that the window will open again. So from here I am going to select the other image as like this way, and I am going to click on the done button. So you can see that here is the post. Okay. Next, I'm going to show you that how to create the connection. Okay. So for that, first of all, I am going to log in by using another Google account. So here I am going to give the name as Bill, designation as like this way, and I am clicking the sign in button. At that time, a new user will be logged in. Okay. Here you can see that the home page of the new user. Okay. The name and the designation and profile image is here. So I am taking the previous account, and here I am going to the connections component or connections page after clicking this connections in the sidebar. So we will be redirected to this page. Here you can see the list of the users. So from here we can click this button connect and request for the connection. So I am going to click on the connect button. At that time you can see that this is Bill's account. So I am going to the Bill's account, and here in the sidebar you can see that below the connections there is an invitations. So when we click these invitations, we will be redirected to invitations page. So in the invitations page you can see the request which Steve has been given. Okay, so here you can see that there is an ignore button and also the accept button. So whenever the user clicked the ignore button, at that time this user will be removed from this list. So I am going to click on the ignore button. So at that time you can see that this user has been removed from the list. Okay, so I'm going to click on the connect button one more time. At that time you can see that here it is showing again. So next I am going to click on the accept button. So at that time you can see that the at that time also this user will or this user from this list will be removed. Okay, because there is no invitations as of now. So after that I am going to the home page again, and here I am going to click on this network icon in the nav bar. So when I click this network icon, you can see that we will be redirected to the network page. So here you can see that there is another list, or there is another user in the list. That means the user has been connected. That means these two users has been connected. The Steve and the Bill has been connected. So when I am going to the Steve's network page, you can see that the list of the user who is connected. Okay. Next, I am going to click on the message icon, message button here. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the message page. So here, I am going to type message. That is, I am going to text it to the Bill. So I am typing here as hi, and I am going to click on the send button. At that time, it will show here the username and the user profile image and also the message. So when I take the other user account, you can see that I'm going to click on message. At that time also, you can see that here the message has shown. So here, from here, I'm going to send as hello. So I'm going to click on hello. At that time, in the other user, you can see that it is here. So we can send messages between the user as like this way. We can only send messages between the users who has been or who has connected to each other. Okay, so this is the clone that we are going to create today. So here at last, when I click this, or when we click this logout button, we will be redirected to the sign in page again after logging out.
If this video is helpful to you, please consider subscribing to the channel, like the video and comment your feedback.
So I have created a new React.js project. Removed all the boilerplate codes or unwanted files, and I'm going to run the project. Okay, so you can see the project here. So next I'm going to create the new component, that is sign in. So in the components folder, I'm going to create the new component, that is signin.js. Now I'm going to design the sign in component. So for that, I'm going to call the sign in component in this app.js component as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the sign in component. So when we look the LinkedIn website, you can see that this is the first page that will arise when you open the LinkedIn website. So I'm going to first create this first page or sign in page. So here you can see that here is a LinkedIn logo, and also you can see that here is text that is find jobs through your community. Then there is text boxes for adding the credentials or the email, phone, and a sign in button. Google, continue with Google, etc. And also a picture is here in the right. So I'm going to make a clone of this page. So for that, I'm going to use the Google authentication by using the firebase. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to install the Material UI into our project. So for that, I'm going to the Material UI website, and I'm going to click on this installation button. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to a page where in the beginning itself there is a command for installing Material UI into our project. So I'm going to copy this command and to run that command in the new terminal of the project. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. Okay, so Material UI has been installed into our project. We can see that in the package.json. Okay, here is the Material UI. So next I'm going to the sign in component. So you can see that here is a structure. So first of all, I'm going to divide that page into two parts. That is the part which contains the logo and the text fields and the button, sign in button, and also the part which contains the picture, this developer picture. Okay, so for that I'm going to use the grid from the material UI as like this way. In the first grid, I'm using the container as the props, and in the second grid, I am going to use the item as like this way, and I'm giving sx is 6, and I'm using another grid along with this grid, and I'm giving it as 6 itself. So now you can see that sign in component or sign in page is divided into two parts. That means this is the authentication part, and this is the developer or image showing image part. Okay, so now you can see that here. Yeah, we have divided that into two parts, that is authentication part and a developer image part. Okay, so in the authentication part, I am going to implement the or use the LinkedIn logo and also this text field and button from the material image. So I'm going to use the LinkedIn logo from my device. So for that, I'm going to create a folder named images, and I'm going to import that image from the desk from my system as like this way. And next I'm going to use that image inside the sign in component as like this way. Import LinkedIn from. Okay, so now I'm going to use that image inside the image tag. Inside the source, I'm going to pass that LinkedIn as like this way. So now you can see that the LinkedIn logo. So next I'm going to reduce the size of that image tag as I'm giving the style such as width 100 px. So now you can see that the structure of the logo as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to give it as 130 px. Okay, next I'm going to use the text field and button from the material UI. So here in this authentication section, after the logo, I'm going to give a div here. Inside this div, I'm going to use this text field component as like this way. I'm giving the size of the text field as small and the variant of the text field as outlined. Okay, so now you can see that here is the text field, and I'm giving the label of the text field as username. Okay, so here you can see that I'm going to increase at the width of the text field. So I'm giving sx tag inside this text field as like this way, and I am using the or I am giving the width to 300 px. So now you can see that the width is increased. So I'm going to remove this size property, and I think it will be as like that of this. Okay, then I am going to increase as the width again. That means I'm giving the width to 400 px. Okay, so here you can see that this is the structure now. Next, I'm going to give the label also. Here I'm giving the label as enter username, and now you can see that here is the label, and I'm giving a br tag to below this label. Okay, now you can see that this is the structure, and also I am giving the style as margin top. Okay, Next, I'm giving the or using the button field or component from the material UI. So I'm going to use the button as like this way. Here I'm going to use the BR tag, and after that I'm going to use the button component. I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in. Also, I'm giving the variant as contained, and I'm giving the width of this button as same as that of the width of the text field. So I'm going to copy and paste that same style here. Okay, so now you can see that the sign in button here. Okay, so I'm giving the border radius also as the style. So I'm giving as border radius to 50 px. Okay, so next I'm going to give the size of the button as okay. So now you can see that yeah, here is the text field and a button, and I am giving margin top to this button also. So as like this way, I'm giving the margin top as like this way. So now you can see that yeah, I am giving margin top to 25 px. Okay, I think it is better. I think I can give the height of the button again. So I'm going to increase the height of. Okay, I think it is a right height. Okay, so next I'm going to give this text here there. So for that I'm going to use the h2 tag above this username section, that is h2 find jobs through this clone. Okay, and you can see that here. Okay, I'm giving the font weight also. That means style font weight 100, and I'm increasing the size, and also I am giving the color as like this way. I think it is brown. So here I am giving the style as font size to 60 will be fine. Okay, now you can see that here it is find jobs through this clone. Okay, then I am giving the color that is brown. So I'm giving it as color brown as like this way. Now you can see that I think it is not brown. So I'm taking the HTML color code and I'm giving the color as I'm picking color from here, this area. So I'm picking this color. So I'm going to copy that color and to give it here. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the text has changed. I think it is more similar to that. Okay, the next I'm going to give a padding left to this section. So here you can see that there is the grid. So I'm giving the style inside this grid, that is padding left to 50 px. So okay, I think it is much better. I think it is enough. I'm going to give padding much more. That means about 80 px will be fine. Okay, I think it is very fine. Next, I'm going to use the padding top also. Here, I'm going to give padding top to about 15 px. So now you can see that the padding top as like this way here. Okay, it's very fine. So I'm going to use an image from my system. I have already downloaded a image into my system. So I'm going to import that image into here. So I'm taking the image from my desktop. Okay. So this is the image that we are going to use here. So I'm going to import that developer from images developer. Okay, so I'm going to use this give this image inside this developer section. That is the second half of our sign in page. I'm giving this developer image inside the source tag as like this way. So now you can see that here is the picture. I think it is very fine. So next I'm going to give the style to this image tag here as like this way. So I'm giving the style that is width 500 px. Okay, I think it is very fine. It's looking very good. So this is the design of the sign-in page of the LinkedIn. And next I'm going to do is to give the authentication functionalities. So before that, I'm going to give this enter username, label, a style. That means I'm giving the color of it as a gray. Okay, so now you can see that as like this way. Okay, then I'm going to remove this div from here as like this way. We don't want that div here now. Okay. So you can see that this is a structure. So next I'm going to give the functionality of the authentication. I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected where so a page contains a get started button. So I'm going to click on this get started button. Then we will be redirected to a page where we can add or create a new project in the Firebase. So I'm going to create the project by clicking the add project button. And I'm going to first give the name of the project. So I'm giving the name of the project as LinkedIn clone. And I'm going to click on the continue button. Next, I'm going to disable this Google Analytics of this project and I'm going to click on the create project. Now a new project will be created in the Firebase. So we have to wait for that. So our new project is created in the Firebase, that is LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to click on the continue button and we will be redirected to the console of our Firebase project. In the sidebar, there is a build button. So I'm going to click on this build button. Then you can see that there is an authentication button. So I'm going to click on this authentication button. And then you can see that I'm going to click on this get started button. So next I'm going to click on this Google authentication. So here you can see that there is native providers, that is email, password, phone, anonymous, etc. Additional providers, custom providers. So I'm going to click on this or select this Google provider or Google authentication. So here you can see that there are a lot of additional providers like Facebook, Apple, Twitter, GitHub, etc. So I'm going to click on this Google button. Then I'm going to enable this Google authentication. Then next I'm going to select my email ID and I'm going to click on the save button. Okay, now you can see that here is Google enabled. So Google provider is enabled to our project, that is LinkedIn clone. Next, you can see that here is a project overview. I'm going to click on this project overview and project settings. Then when we move downward or to the bottom, you can see that there are no apps in your project. So I'm going to create an app in my project. So I'm going to click on this web icon. So here you can see that there is iOS, Android and web. So I'm going to click on this web icon. So we are creating the website here. And I'm going to give the name of the app as LinkedIn clone, as like this way. And I'm going to click on this register app. Next, you can see that as a second step, that is add Firebase SDK into our projects. As I'm using the npm, I'm going to copy this npm install Firebase command and run that in the terminal as like this way. So now the Firebase will be installed into our project. So Firebase has been installed into our project. So here you can see that in the package.json. Okay, so next I'm going to do is in the Firebase documentation, you can see that after installing the Firebase, here is a code snippet. So I'm going to copy this code completely and I'm going to create a new folder that is Firebase. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a file that is setup.js. And I'm going to paste that code completely here. So here you can see that I'm going to first remove the commands as like this way. Okay, then here is the Firebase config, which contains API key, auth domain, project ID, etc. We don't want to bring any changes to that Firebase config, so I'm going to minimize that. So here you can see that we have initialized the app using initialize app or importing initialize app from Firebase app. After that, the first thing that we need to do is import one thing from Firebase auth. Next, I'm going to define a variable that is const auth is equal to, and I'm assigning the getOuth function into it. And next I'm going to do is to pass the app variable into the getOuth. So whenever we are using this authentication from Firebase or the Firestore database, we have to do this thing. That means we have to give the app app variable into this function which we have imported. Okay. So next we need to use this auth variable in other files. So I'm going to export this auth as like this way. Into, then now we can use that auth in other files also. So next I'm going to implement the authentication in the sign in component. So for that, next I'm going to do is to click on this continue to console button. Okay. Then in the sign in component, I'm going to do is to define a function that is sign in with Google, an arrow function, and I'm going to use the sign in with the pop-up. Okay. So I have imported the sign in with the pop-up from Firebase auth as like this way. I'm giving the async await and I'm giving the try catch here. So next I'm going to give this sign in with the pop-up function inside this try. And after that I'm going to calling the sign in with the Google function in this button, on click of this button as like this way. Next after that I'm going to give auth inside this sign in with the pop-up function. So auth we have already defined in the setup file. So inside this setup file we need to define another variable, that is I'm going to import Google auth provider as like this way from the Firebase auth, and I'm going to define another variable that is Google auth or Google provider, anything, and I'm going to assign that Google auth provider function into this Google provider as like this way. Then as usual I'm going to give this app variable inside this Google auth provider as an argument. Okay, here const. Okay, so we have done the setup file, and next in the component file I'm going to use that Google provider which we have defined in this setup file as a second argument into the sign in with the pop-up function. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this sign in button. At that time you can see that a pop-up will be arrived from this. We have to select our mail ID. So I'm going to select the Google account. Okay, so now you can see that the user will be logged in. So when we go to the Firebase project, and I am going to select this project overview button in the sidebar, you can see that we will be redirected to this section, and here I am going to click on the authentication. Then now you can see that here the user is logged in. There is showing the user in the list. Okay, so for understanding the user is logged in our projects, log the auth here. So we know that auth we have already defined and we have imported in this page. So I have logged this auth in the console. So now I'm going to take the console, and you can see that here in the console there is an auth is available or logged in. So I'm going to click on this auth, and we can see the results as like this way. And here inside this auth we can see the current user, that is current user with the email ID and developer display name also is available. So from that we can understand that the user is logged in. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use this username text field. So here I'm going to define a state. So here I'm going to define a state username set username. Okay, it's like this way, which is equal to the username. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give the set username in the on change of this text field. So here I am giving the set username as like this way, and I am giving e.target.value. So next what I am going to do is I am going to create a collection in the Firebase, and I'm going to do is to add the username that the user is giving in the text field. Okay, that's what I am going to do. So for that, in the sidebar you can see the build button, and I am going to click on this build button, and in the drop down you can see along with authentication app check there is a Firestore database. So I'm going to click on this Firestore database, and we will be redirected to this section, and here I'm going to click on the create database. So when I click the create database, we have an option for selecting the start in production mode and start in test mode. So I'm going to select the start in production mode, and I'm going to click on this next button. Next, we need to select the location. So I'm going to select the Mumbai as the location and click on the enable button. So now you can see that this is the database of the Firebase project, that is LinkedIn project, LinkedIn clone. Okay, so now I'm going to add the collection into this database. So we can add manually the collection by clicking the start collection and giving the ID as like this way, and giving document ID and the fields, etc. But I am going to add the collection from our project itself. That's our need. So for that, I'm going to do is in the setup.js file, I'm going to import another function from Firebase Firestore. Okay, as like this way. Then the function that I am going to import is get Firestore from Firebase Firestore. Okay, so as like this way, as like the auth and Google provider, I am going to create or define another variable, that is database, which is equal to, I'm assigning this get Firestore into that database, and as usual I'm giving the app into that get Firestore as an argument. Then next I'm going to export this database here. So now we can use the database in other files also. So I'm going to use the database in this sign in file, sign in component. So for that, for this creating of the collection, what I'm going to do is to define a function. So that is add user. So that is the function that I'm going to use here or define here as an arrow function. And I'm going to use another function from the Firebase Firestore, that is add doc. So I have imported that add doc from Firebase Firestore as like this way, and I am giving async await and also try catch, and I'm giving the console dot error here. Okay, the next I'm going to do is to call this function inside this sign in with the Google function. So before that, we need to define a variable that is user ref. Inside this variable, I am going to use a collection function as like this way, which is imported from the Firebase Firestore. And in the collection function, as a first argument, I'm going to pass the database which we have already defined in the setup file. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the collection, that is users. Okay, so next I'm going to give this user ref inside this add dog function as a first argument or the argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to give an object. Inside that, I'm going to pass this username as like this way. I'm passing the username into that add dog function. Okay, so now you can see that we have defined a function that is add user for adding the collection or creating a collection in the Firebase database. So for that, we have defined a user ref variable in which we have used the collection function, which is imported from the Firebase Firestore. And inside that collection function, we have passed the database as the first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument. Okay, and also we have passed here the username. Okay, next I am going to call this function after the sign with the pop-up function. So as add user. Okay, then next important thing that we have to do is, here you can see that we are in the data section. So I'm going to click on this role section, and you can see that. So next I'm going to do is to convert this false into true, and I'm going to click on the publish button. At that time you can see that the changes have been published. Okay, so next I'm going to do is, here we are going to create the collection named users. So I'm going to click on the sign in button after giving the username. So I'm giving the username as developer me, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time you can see that a pop-up will be arrived and the user will be logged in after selecting the Google account from the pop-up. Then next we can see that when we go to the database of our project LinkedIn clone, you can see that a new collection will be created. That is a collection with the name username users that we have already given here, and it have a document with a random ID. Next, it contains the username which we have given from the LinkedIn sign in component or page. Okay. So next I'm going to give is, if the user clicked on the sign in button without giving the username, we need to show the warning there. So for that, I'm going to use the React Toastify. So for I'm going to the React Toastify npm. I'm going to click on this first link here, and I'm going to copy this and to run that in the terminal. So now React Toastify will be installed into our project. Okay, so now React Toastify has been installed into our project. We can see that in the package.json. So next I'm going to do is, when we go to the documentary of this or npm of this React Toastify, you can see that when we move downward, there is an example. So the thing that we have imported, we have to import from the React Toastify is toast container and toast, and also we have imported a style. So I'm going to copy this completely and to paste it in our project. as like this way. And next I'm going to do is to use this toast inside this sign in with the Google function. So here I'm going to use that toast as like this way, toast dot warning. So I'm giving that please enter username. Okay. Next I'm going to use the toast container here, and I'm giving the auto close at as 2000, and also I'm giving as position, that is top right, as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a condition here. The toast warning should be shown whenever the username is not present there. Okay, so whenever the username is not there, we need to show the warning. And also I am giving the and also I have given the condition here, that is whenever the username is present, then only we need to call that function sign in with the pop-up. Here also I am giving, that is whenever the username is there, then only we need to call that add user function also. Okay, so now you can see that whenever I clicked this sign in button without entering the username, it will show the please enter username warning here. Okay, so this is the sign in component or sign in page of our LinkedIn project. Next, I'm going to create the home page of the LinkedIn. So here we have already created a sign in component. Next, I'm going to create the navbar component. So you can see that this is the demo of the homepage of the LinkedIn original LinkedIn. So you can see that here in the navbar there is the icon of the LinkedIn, then a search bar, then a home, my network, jobs, messaging, notification, profile. These are the things that we can see in the navbar. I'm going to avoid this portion. In the right end portion, I'm going to remove these for business and get hired faster, such and such things. The things that I'm going to include in our LinkedIn clone navbar is LinkedIn logo, search bar, home, my network, messaging, and the profile. Okay, so we can see that the navbar is divided into two parts, left portion and right portion equally. So in the navbar component, first of all, I am going to use the grid from the material UI. So we have imported the grid from material UI. This is the top grid. So I'm going to give it as container as like this way. And inside this container, I have already told that we have divided the navbar into two parts, the left part and the right part equally. So for that, I am going to use the grid again inside this grid container as like this way. So now you can see that in the grid here, I am giving item. Here also I am giving item. Okay. So here I am giving XX attribute as 6. That means half of the page or half of the screen. The next XS tag here also I am giving a 6. So now you can see that we have divided this navbar into two portions, left portion and the right portion. So I am giving here left and right. And next I am going to call this navbar in the app.js component. Okay. So now you can see that in the app.js component, I am going to do is to call this. So now you can see that I am going to comment the sign in component in the app.js, and I am going to call the navbar component here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that in the browser, here is the left portion of the navbar and the right portion of the navbar. So in the left portion of the navbar, you can see that we are going to use the search bar and also the LinkedIn logo. Okay, so here I am going to use the image tag as like this way. Inside that source, I am going to give the image. So first of all, I am going to import that images from my system. I am going to import this logo into this images folder. Okay. So now you can see that this is the logo that we are going to use in the navbar. So I am going to import that LinkedIn from. So I'm going to rename again, that is I'm giving it as, okay, as like this way, just link it, and I'm going to use that logo here. Yes, then I'm going to use this here. Now you can see that there will be the logo of the LinkedIn. Okay, so next I'm going to reduce the size of this logo. I'm giving the width to 50px. So now you can see that here is the logo. So when we look the demo, you can see that it is much more small. So I'm going to reduce the size again. So I'm giving it as 40px. I think it is fine, or 30px. Okay, I think it is fine. Okay, now it is much better. Then next I'm going to use the search bar. So I'm going to use a search icon. I'm going to import that search icon image from my system itself. So I'm going to import an image from my desktop, my system itself. So here you can see that this is the image that I'm going to use. Okay, so I'm going to import this image into this VS Code as like this way. Then I'm going to import that in this navbar component as lens from. Okay, so next I'm going to use this lens after this image, after this logo of the LinkedIn as like this way. I'm going to give source here, and I'm going to use this lens image, and I'm giving the same style, that is width equal to 30px in this for this lens image also. So now you can see that here is the lens image, and I'm going to, okay, here is the lens image. So next I'm going to do is to import some other images, that is home, home icon, my network icon, messaging, and profile. So I have downloaded that too in my system. So I'm going to import that into the images folder, that is messaging, then network, then profile, and at last home. Okay, so these are the icons that I have, or images that I have imported from my system. The next I'm going to use that images inside this right portion of this navbar. So I'm using the image tag as like this way, and inside this image tag I'm going to use the source attribute. So I'm going to use the home, my network, messaging, and the profile pictures, profile, these images or icons. So I'm going to import that from the images folder as like this way, that is home from. This is a home.png. Next, I'm going to import the message from images, and message as like this way. And next, I'm going to import network from images slash network. And next I'm going to import the profile from images and profile. Okay. Next I'm going to use these images one by one. So here I'm going to use the home icon. Next I'm going to use the my network, sorry, network here for the my network option. Okay. Next I'm going to use the messaging, and after that profile. Okay, so now you can see that these are the images that we have imported from the images folder. The next I'm going to give the same style as like here. So I'm going to copy the same style and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see that I have pasted the styles for these images or these icons. So now you can see that here it is. So now you can see that this is a structure of the navbar of our clone, LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to do is to use the margin left in each of this image tag. So here in this style, I am going to give margin left as like this way, margin left 20 px. So I am going to give this margin left to each of this icon as like this way. So now you can see that it is aligned as like this. Then next I am going to give a margin to this LinkedIn logo also. So now you can see that this logo is in here. So I am going to give a margin left of about 80 px. Then you can see that the structure is as like this way. Then I am going to give a margin to the lens also. So here I am going to give the margin to lens as 20 px. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. Next I am going to give the padding top to this div, that is the common div or main div. I am going to give a style that is padding top as like this way, padding top 10 px. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. Okay, it is fine, it is very fine. So next I am going to do is to give a border bottom to this div. So I think we can give a border bottom as like this way, border, yes, border bottom to 1 px solid. Okay, now you can see that when you look this, yeah, it is very fine. When we look the demo, you can see that here is a border. So I am giving the color of the border as gray. So here I am giving gray. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. So I am going to give a light gray. So HTML color codes. From that I am going to pick a light gray color. So here you can see that this is the light gray. So I am going to copy this light gray and to paste it in here. So here I am going to paste it as like this way. So now you can see that this color of this border is changed, or border bottom is changed as like this way. Then next I am going to do is to give a padding. I am giving a padding, complete padding to this. I have removed that padding top and give a complete padding. So now this is the structure of our demo LinkedIn navbar. I am going to reduce the size of this each logo or icons again. So here we have given the 30, as I am going to give the 25. Okay, so now you can see that this is the size of these icons. I have reduced the icons again, size of the icon again. So I think it is very beautiful now. So next you can see that in the demo, there is a sidebar. The sidebar contains the details such as the profile picture, cover picture, name, designation, connections, invitations. So next we are going to create this sidebar section. So for that, I'm going to create or define or create a new file, that is sidebar.js, new component. Okay, as like this way. So inside this component, first of all, I'm going to bring this banner in the sidebar. So for that, I'm going to use the image tag as like this way. And inside this image tag, I'm going to use the source. And inside the source, I'm going to put that image. I'm going to use an image from my desktop, my system now. So I'm going to use this image. Also for that, I have imported that image here. And next I'm going to import that image into this component, that is React.js from images and React.js. Okay, so next I'm going to use this React.js here. Now you can see that. Next I'm going to call this sidebar inside this app bar component as like this way. So we can call this sidebar here. So when we call the sidebar here, you can see the image. Yeah, this is the image. So I'm going to reduce the size of the image, or the you can see that this is the size of the image in the original LinkedIn sidebar. So I'm going to reduce the size. So we have to reduce the height and width also. So I'm giving the style as height 70 px. I think 70 px will be fine. Okay, next I'm going to give the width. So I'm going to give the width as 180 px. Okay. So I think I'm going to give the width as 210 px and also height as 55 px. Okay, I think now it is fine. Yeah. Next, I'm going to give the border to this sidebar. You can see that. So I'm going to give a border radius and also the border to the sidebar. So here in the div, I am going to give the style as like this way, and I am giving the border, that is 1 px solid gray. So now you can see that this is the border of the sidebar. So I am going to give the same color. So same color for the border of the navbar here as like this way. And also I am going to give the width of this border as same as as same as that of the image that we have now used there. Okay, so now you can see that the width has changed as like this way. Then I am going to give the height. So here you can see that in the demo, this is the height. So I'm giving a particular height there. So for that I'm giving height tag as like this way, height attribute, and I'm giving a height of about 300 px. Then yeah, height is as like this way. I think we can give about 500 px. Okay, I think it is very large. Okay, then next I'm going to research the width of the image again, or height of the width, image again as like this way. So now you can see that this is a structure. I think it is fine. The next I'm going to give a border radius to this div as like this way, border radius. I think it will be fine. So now you can see that this is a border radius. The next I'm going to give a profile image. So here you can see that this is a profile image. So I'm going to give that profile there. So below this image, I'm going to use another image tag as like this way, and I'm going to give source, which is equal to the image or the profile. That means I'm going to import that from the images folder as like this way. That is profile from images and the profile. Okay. profile.png, and I'm going to use this profile here. So now you can see that the profile picture there. I'm going to reduce the width or size of this profile image. So I'm giving the style that is width for about 40 px. So now you can see that the width has reduced as like this way. I think we have to give about the 55 px or 50 px will be enough. Next, I'm going to give a section for connections. So here you can see that they are showing the connections and also invitations. So I'm going to give a connections and invitations. So for that, I'm going to create another div. So inside this div, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give h5 tag and also h5 tag for the connections and h5 tag for the invitations. So for both, I'm giving the h5 tag. Then you can see that it is as like this way, and I'm giving it as connections. And here I'm going to give it as invitations. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. There is connections and invitations, and I'm going to give a color of gray. Okay, so for that I'm going to pick the color from here itself. So I'm going to give a more darker color as like this way, C9, C9, C9. So I'm going to copy this color and to paste it here. So now you can see that we have given a color to these connections and the invitations as like this way. So now you can see that the color has changed. Okay, so I'm giving a much more darker color. Or it will be fine to give a color to div itself. Color. Okay. So now you can see that the structure is as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give a font weight also. That is font weight to 100. I'm giving a font weight to 100 here. At that time it will be, yeah, I think it is fine. Next I'm giving a font weight to 100 here also. And I'm removing this font weight from the div. Okay, so now you can see that the connections and invitations here. So next I'm going to give a border to this div, that is border 1px solid, and a color to it, that is color I'm giving the color same as that like this way. So that is ds ds d6 d6 d6. So here you can see that the structure is changed as like this way. So now you can see that when we look at the demo, I think it is same as like that of the clone. So I think one thing I have. So next I'm going to include the name and designation. Here you can see that name and designation below the profile pic. So for that I am going to use the h3 tag before this image. So here h3 tag for the name and the h4 tag for the designation. So here we are going to give the name, and here we are going to give the designation. So now you can see that there is name and designation also. So I am giving the designation color to the gray, same color from here. Okay, so now you can see that the designation is like this way. Okay, it's fine. So next I'm going to create a div as like this way, and I'm going to put these two, and I'm going to put this image and the name inside this div as like this way. Next, I'm going to give a style here. Style as position, relative, left as 37%. Okay, I think it is better. So next I'm going to align this designation at the center here. So I'm going to give the style to this designation also. So here I am giving the style that is position fixed and sorry, position relative and left 28%. Okay, so that is fine. So we can see the structure here as like this way. Next I'm going to do is actually we don't want the last portion or this portion. So I'm going to reduce as the height of this whole div. We have given the height as 400 px. I am giving the height as, you can see that we have already created a div and we have given the border. So I'm going to give the border top here as like this way. So now you can see that it is changed. I think it is very beautiful. The next I'm going to give a padding to this div, that is padding left as 10 px. So now you can see that it will be much better. Yes. So this is the demo. Okay, it is fine. Okay, so we have done the navbar and also the structure or the styling of the navbar and the sidebar. So when you look the demo of the LinkedIn, you can see that it contains a sidebar, a middle section, and a right section or right bar. I'm going to give it as a home section completely. Then this home section contains the sidebar, middle section, and the right section. So first of all, I'm going to create the home component. So in the home components folder, I'm going to create the home component as like this way. Then next I'm going to create the middle and the right section, middle.js, and a right section as like this way, that is right bar. Okay, so now you can see that we have defined or created three components, that is middle and right, sidebar, middle bar, and sidebar, middle, and right. And also we have created the home component. Next I'm going to call this sidebar, middle, and right bar in the home component. So here I am going to call the sidebar first, then the middle, then the right bar as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that we have called the sidebar, middle, and the right bar in the home component. Next I am going to do is, from here I am going to remove the sidebar component, that is from the app.js. So in the home component we have called three components as like this way. So this is the home component. So the home component is divided into three parts. The 3 by 12th part is for sidebar, and other 3 by 12th part is for the right bar, and the center portion or the 6 by 12th part is for the center portion or middle portion. So for that I'm going to use the grid. So I'm going to import the grid from the material UI, and as a first grid I'm giving it as container. Then inside this main grid I'm using three grids as like this way: 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so here in the first grid I am going to give the sidebar, and in the second grid I am going to give the middle, and in the third grid I am going to give right bar as like this way. So now you can see that It is as like this way. And in the first grid, I am going to give item xx is equal to 3. And in the second grid, I am going to give the item xx is equal to 6. And in the third grid, I am going to give the item xx is equal to 3. Okay, so we have divided the form component into three parts, which 3 by 12 part is for sidebar, 6 by 12 part is for middle, and last 3 by 12 part is for the right bar. The next I am going to call this home component and this navbar component inside another component. So for that I am going to create another component, that is main.js. So here I am going to call this navbar component first. Then next I am going to call the home component. So now I am going to call this main component inside this app as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the sidebar, middle, and the right bar section. So in the demo, you can see that the background color of this home component is a light gray. So in the home component, I'm going to give the background color to this div, that is style color, background color as a light gray. So from the HTML color codes, I'm going to select a light, very light gray. Okay, so now you can see that the color of the background color for the home component is as like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a padding to this home component. That is here in the div itself, I am going to give the padding for about 40 px. So now you can see that the structure is changed as like this way. So now you can see that in the demo, here is the structure. So in the clone, you can see the structure as like this way. Here you can see that we have to give the border radius for that image also. So in the sidebar component, I'm going to give a border radius to that image as well. Okay, so I think it is fine. Now you can see that the yes, border top left right radius and border top left radius. Border top left radius. Okay, so now you can see that the border top right radius and the border top left radius has given. So I think it is very nice. The structure. We have to change the color of this sidebar also. We have given the color of this home component completely as gray. So I am going to change the color of the sidebar. So here in the sidebar, I am giving the background color to white. So now you can see that the background color for the sidebar has changed. Yeah, it is very nice. The next I am going to give the right bar. So here you can see that this is the structure of the right bar. So I'm going to create the right bar with the news. I'm giving here as news. Here you can see that it is linked news. I'm just giving the news as a title for this right bar. So here you can see that this is the right bar. Here I'm going to give the title, that is H for I'm giving title as news, and I am giving a style for this as border radius 30 px or 20 px. So I am giving a border radius 20 px to this right bar. At that time you can see that this has like this way, and I am giving the color of this or background color as white again. So you can see that here it is white. I am giving the height also 500 ps will be fine. Okay, 500 ps is okay. The next I am going to give a padding also. Padding for about 20 px. So now you can see that this is the structure of the right bar. I think it is fine. I'm going to reduce as the height. That is, I'm giving 400 px. Okay. Okay. So I think now it is very fine. I'm giving a padding top and padding right. So padding top I am giving 5 px, and padding right also I am giving as 10 px. Sorry, padding left 20 px. Okay. So now it is fine. Then next I'm going to do the middle section. So middle section can be divided into two parts. That is, there is a part which contains the profile picture, text field or input, and the icons for adding the post. So, so in the middle, I'm going to create two div here. So inside this two div, I'm going to use the, or I'm going to create this two portion. That is, one is a portion contains the image, text field, and these icons. So I'm going to use the image tag here as like this way. I'm giving source. So inside the source, I'm going to use the image that we have already imported from our system, from my system, that is profile from images folder and profile. Okay, so next I'm going to use this profile in this image tag as like this way. So now you can see that we have used that image here. So I'm going to give a style for reducing the size of this image as width, which is equal to 30 px. So now you can see that the width is reduced and the image is here. Okay. So I'm going to increase as the size as 40 px. So now you can see that it is as like this way. Then next I'm going to use this text field. So here I'm going to use the text field from the material UI. So we have imported the text field from material UI, and I am going to use the variant that is outlined, and also I am giving the label, that is, we can see that the label here given is start a post. So I am giving the label as start a post. Okay. So now you can see that there is a text field here, that is start a post. So we can see that the length of the text field is as like that of the middle component. So I am increasing the length of that text field. So I am giving the style such as the width. Okay, I think it is enough. So here you can see that there we need to give a border radius to this text field. So I am giving the border radius by using the input props attribute here. So inside this input props, I am going to use the SX tag as like this way, and I am giving the border radius here. So I am giving a border radius of about 150. So now you can see that the border radius has changed. Okay, I think it is fine. Next I am going to do is to increase the size of this profile image. That is, I am giving the width of this profile image as 65. Okay, so now you can see that the, okay, next I am going to give a margin left to this text field, that is margin left here, that is about 20 px. So now you can see that, okay. Next, I am going to give the background color to the top portion, that is top div. So I'm giving the style as the background color, that is white. So now you can see that background color of the top portion. The next I'm going to give a padding to that top portion. That means padding for about 15 px. So now you can see that yeah, it is as like this way. The next I'm going to do is to give a border radius to that same div. So here border radius as like this way. I'm giving it a 10 px as the border radius. Okay, so now it is fine. So here you can see that there is no gap between the middle portion and also between the right bar. Now in the demo you can see that here is a gap. So for that I'm going to give a spacing in the home component for the container. That is spacing I'm giving as 4. So now you can see that there will be a gap between the middle and the right bar. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to use these icons, that is for photo, video and article. So for that I'm going to import the images from my system. So in this images folder I'm going to import that images as like this way. That is image and video. Okay, so I have imported the 3 images here. So next time I'm going to use the 3 images inside this middle component. So here this is the div that we need to use the image tag, that is 3 image tags, that is source. First of all I'm going to import the 3 images. That means one is image, next is video, then next is article. So I'm going to import that 3 images here. One is image from images image.png. Then next is import video from images video.png. And the third one is import article from images article.png. Okay. So next I'm going to use these 3 images here in the image tag as like this way, one by one. So second image I am going to give as video, and as a third image I am going to give the article as like this way. So now you can see that 3 images have been imported. The next I am going to give the styles. So here you can see that this is a structure. So I am going to give a style width which is for about 30 px. So now you can see that in the browser. Okay, as like this way, I think it is fine. So I am giving this style 30 px to this other video, other image tag also. So now you can see that this is the structure of that each image. Actually, we need to give these 3 images inside this div itself. That is the first part itself. So I am giving it there itself. So now you can see that in the top part there is image, video and article logos. So we need to give a margin to this each icon. So margin left 40 px. So here I am going to give the margin left to 10 px, and here I am going to give the margin left to 40 px, and next I am going to give the margin left to 40 px. So now you can see that the structure of this browser, or this top part of this middle section as like this way. I am going to give the more margin to this 200 px will be fine. Okay, the next this 200 px to this article section also. So now you can see that this is aligned as like this way. I'm giving a margin left to 20 px to this image section. So next I am going to create this second portion of this middle section. Here you can see that this is the portion that's showing the post of each user. So here you can see that I am going to use the card from the card component from the material UI. So here you can see that here is the profile picture, name, the descriptions of that image. Then next you can see the image banner here or image here. So for that I am going to import the card from the card component from the material UI as like this way, and inside that I am going to use the card content as like this way. Okay. Next I am going to use the card media below this card content. So in this card media we are going to give the images, and in the card content we are going to give other things like profile picture. That means we can give image tag as like this way, and inside this source I am going to use that profile which we have already imported, and I am going to give this style that is width 30 px or 40 px. Okay, so now you can see that here is the profile image. Then next we can give a name of that person. So I am giving name of that person in the card content. For that I am going to use the typography component from the material UI, and I am going to give the name. So you can see the name here. Then also I am going to use the typography for designation also. So now you can see the designation here. So I am going to put these things inside one div as like this way. Next I am going to create another div and put this whole image and div inside that, and I am giving a display flex as like this way. I'm going to give this style display flex here. So now you can see that. Okay, this is the structure now. So I'm giving a margin left also. Here I'm going to give the margin left as style margin left as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the margin left of about 10 px. Yeah, it is fine. So when we look here, we can see that designation is of gray. So I'm going to pick this color. Okay, so now you can see that it is fine. Then next I'm going to do is to give a margin top to this div. So here inside this div I'm going to give a style of margin top or padding top for about 20 px. Okay, so next what we have to do is in the card component. Next is the description. Below this div I'm going to give an h5 tag. Inside this we can give the description as like this way. So now you can see that in the browser this is description. Then next I'm going to use the card media component. So here we have already imported the card media component, and inside this card media component I am going to use the image. Okay, so the component of this card media component is of the image. Then next I'm giving a height. So I'm giving an height of about 300, and also an image is going to give. So I have already downloaded an image into my system. So I am going to import that image into the images folder from my system. So from this desktop, I am going to. So next I am going to use that images image steve.jpg here. So I'm going to import that image first in this component steve from image slash steve. Okay. So next I'm going to use that image here as like this way. So now you can see that here is the image. I'm going to reduce the size of this or height of this as 250. 250. Okay. This is the UI of this home page of the LinkedIn clone. So next I'm going to do is in our project we have commented the sign in component as like this way. So I am going to uncomment the sign in component and comment the main component. So now we can see that here is the sign in or login component or login page. So whenever we added the or whenever the user logged in, you can see that on each login time a document and a collection and a document will be created as like this way with the username. So I'm going to log in again with another username, or I'm going to change the username as like this way, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time I will log in again and a new document will be created. Actually these two document is of the same user. So we can see that here in the sign in component I'm going to add the email also along with this username. So that means you can see that in the console here it is auth, the auth that we have imported from the setup.js file. Okay, so in the console you can see that auth as like this way. Here auth.current user with the email. Okay, so I'm going to pass that email into this database as like this way. That is auth.current user dot email. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to log in again. At that time a new document will be created here and there will be email ID. Yes, so I'm going to create, I'm going to log in again. At that time you can see that again a document will be created here and with the same email ID. Okay, now you can see that here is the email ID and here is also the same email ID. Actually it is not needed. Whenever the user is the same, we don't want to add the document again and again. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to change this add doc and to use the set doc function from the firebase. So I have imported the set doc from firebase and I'm going to do is to remove this collection and to use the function doc which is also from firebase. And here we have given the database as the first argument and users that the name of the collection and the second argument, and in the doc we have to pass the third argument that is the ID of the particular document. So here I am going to pass the ID from, you can see that in the console there is auth. The auth contains auth.current user contains an ID that is UID. So actually this UID will be same for the same Google account or the same user. So I'm going to pass this UID here. That means auth dot current user dot UID. So now you can see that I'm going to remove these collections And I'm going to add one more time. So I'm going to give the username as Matthew, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, the user will be logged in. A user's collection will be created with the ID that we have given here. Okay, this is the ID UID that we given here specifically, and you can see that there is email ID and username that we have given. Okay, so next I'm going to log in with another username. That is, I'm going to change the username and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time, you can see that, yeah, new document will not be added. That means an updation of username is taking place. That what we needed. That is, set doc is used for updation. Okay, whenever we given an ID, that particular document will be updated. Okay, and also, so what is the peculiarity of setDoc function is such that it will do the updation and also addition of the documents at the same time. That means here we have given the document ID. So whenever the document ID that we given is same, then the updation of the document will be take place if there is any updation, or the if an other user is logging in. So if another user is logging in with the other Google account, what will happen is such that we will pass a new user or new UID here. At that time, what will happen is such that a new document will be created here. So that is the peculiarity of set doc function in the Firebase. Okay, next, I'm going to do one thing, that is I'm going to add another text field in the sign in after the username or below the username, that is text field for designation. So I'm going to copy this text field again and to paste here, and I am changing it as designation, and here I am giving it as set designation. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to define a state, that is set designation, which is equal to use state. Okay, so now you can see that designation is added. Next, I am going to pass this designation here as like this way, designation. So now you can see that here is a text field. So I am going to add a label also. So I'm going to copy this label from here and to paste it here. Okay, here is it. I'm also giving a font size of about 10 px here and also here. So now you can see that whenever I am adding, so you can see that the document will be updated and the designation and the username will be added there. Username will be changed and the designation will also be added as a new field. Okay, so next I'm going to do is, here you can see that this is a demo of the original LinkedIn homepage. So here you can see that in the sidebar there is showing the name of the user and the designation of the user. So next I'm going to show that in the home page. So for that, I'm going to do is to comment the sign in and to uncomment the main component in the app.js as like this way. So now you can see that here is a home page. Next, I'm going to show the name and the designation here. So in the main component, I'm going to define a function that is get user, which is an arrow function. I'm going to use the get doc as like this way. Here I'm going to define a reference to the document, that is user document as the variable. I'm going to assign the doc function here as like this way. So I have imported the doc function from the firebase and get doc from the firebase. Next, I'm going to pass the database as the first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument, and the ID, the specific ID as the third argument. So for that, I'm going to use the ID from the auth. So you can see that in the auth, there is we have imported the auth from the setup.js file, and you can see that in the console, the auth.currentuser.uid. Okay, so we need to pass that UID into this user document or the doc function as a third argument. So here comma auth dot current user dot UID. So we have to pass that UID here. So next I'm going to give this user document directly into this get doc function as an argument, and I'm just going to give the async await try catch and I'm going to call this function inside this use effect as like this way. I'm going to assign this getDoc function into this data. So now you can see that when I console this data, so here is it is showing an error of cannot read undefined index of. So for that I'm going to give or convert it as a string as like this way, giving backtick. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see in the console the document snapshot, but actually here the document is null. So what I'm going to do is to use the set timeout here. I'm giving 1 second, and I'm going to put these completely inside the set timeout. And I'm going to use this async here. So at that time you can see that when I refresh the page, here we get the document. The document contains this document.data.value.mapValue.fields.designation, email, and the username. So we will get the username, email, and the designation as like this way. So next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a state. So for that, I'm going to define a state that is user data as like this way. And I'm going to pass this data into this user data. So now you can see that here is the data I have passed it to this user data. So I'm going to pass this user data state into this home component as a prop. So here user data. So in the home component, I'm going to take that props as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that I have taken the props from the home component and I'm going to give that props to the sidebar as the user data itself. As like this way, you can see that user data. So now I can take, or we can take this user data in the sidebar also as a prop. Okay, so we have taken the user data here. Next, I am going to give the name and designation here by using the user data. So I'm going to console the name here, that is console.log user data dot this document dot data dot value dot map value dot fields dot username dot string value. Okay, so now you can see that here is the name. So I am going to give the question mark here. Okay, so here is the name. So we will get the name as like this way. So now you can use the name in this place. So for that I am going to use this directly, that is user data dot document dot data dot value dot map value dot fields dot username dot string value. Okay, so now you can see that here is the name. Okay, then I am going to give the designation. So for that I'm going to paste it here as like this way, that is username. I'm going to change it as designation. Okay, so now you can see that here is designation developer. So now I am going to give a position relative here to 32 percentage. Okay, then to name also I'm giving as 2 percentage. So here you can see that. Okay, you can see the name and the designation in the sidebar. Okay, so as of now we have passed the username, designation and email ID into the collection as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the profile image of the user into the collection. So for that, here we know that we have already passed the username, email ID, and designation in the sign in component. So next I am going to pass the profile image along with these details. So for that, first of all, I am going to do is to uncomment the sign in component. So now you can see that I am taking the console. Here in the console, you can see the auth.current user dot photo URL. So here we will get the photo URL from the auth itself. So I'm going to pass that auth.current user dot photo URL into this sign in component setDoc function as like this way. So I am giving as profile image, and I am giving the user, and I am giving the auth.current user dot photo URL as like this way. So now you can see that when I given the username designation and click this sign in button, at that time you can see that the photo URL or profile picture will be updated, or a new field will be added, that is profile picture, in this collection. So I'm going to give the username designation, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time you can see that a new field is added to this users collection. Okay, that is profile image. So now we can use this profile image and to show that in the home page of our LinkedIn clone. So for that, I'm going to this app.js component, and I'm going to uncomment the main or home page. Here you can see that this is home page. So I'm going to show that profile image in the middle section, in the sidebar, and in the nav bar. So we know that already we have taken the data from the in the main component as like this way in the user data state, and we have passed that into the home component. So when we check the home component, we can see that we have passed that into the sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'm going to take that data. So first of all, I'm going to log that data as like this way: console.log user data. So now you can see that in the console, when I'm taking the console, you can see that. So here is the document.data.value.mapvalue.fields.profile image. So I'm going to use that profile image here. So for that, I'm going to, here you can see that this is the image tag for that profile image. So first of all, I'm going to copy this whole thing from the username section and paste it here, and I am giving as like this way. If there is no profile image, it will show the imported profile image. Okay, so here I am going to change this username into profile image. So now you can see that, yeah, here is a profile image of the user who logged in. The next I am going to give a style for this profile image. So here I am going to give the border radius as like this way, border radius to 40 px. So now you can see that here is the profile image in the sidebar. So next I'm going to show that profile image in the middle section. So here we have passed that into the sidebar in the home component. Next I'm going to pass the same user data as a prop into this middle section as like this way. And I'm going to take that from the middle section as a prop, that is user data as like this way. And I'm going to show that email, show that profile image here also in this profile image part. So I'm going to copy that from the sidebar as like this way completely, and I am going to copy and paste it in the middle section. So here you can see that I am going to paste it, And also I am giving the style, that is border radius 40 px. Okay, so now you can see that here is the profile image in the middle section. Okay, so we have shown that in the middle section and also in the sidebar. Next, we are going to show it in the nav bar. So in the home component, we have passed that to sidebar and middle section. Next, in the main component, we know that we have called the navbar and the home component here. So next, I am going to pass this user data into navbar also as like this way, as like that of the home component, and I am going to take that in the home component as a props. So here I am taking it as user data, and next I'm going to show it in or use it in this image tag. So I'm going to copy that from completely from the sidebar and then show it in the navbar or paste it in the navbar. So now you can see that after giving the border radius to 40 px, you can see it in the navbar also. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to log in with two users. Okay. Or two Google account. So before that, first of all, I'm going to install the React Router DOM into our project. So I'm going to install the React Router DOM using npm install React Router DOM as like this way. So now the React Router DOM will be installed into our project. Now React Router DOM has been installed into our project. We can see the React Router DOM in the package.json as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to the index.js component and I'm going to import browser router in the index.js from React Router DOM, and I'm going to wrap the app component using browser router as like this way. And I'm going to the app.js component, and I'm going to do is to use the routes and the route from React Router DOM. Okay. So next I'm going to give the route to sign in and the main component. So first I'm going to give the route to this sign in component. So I'm giving the path as the slash, and I'm going to give the element as like this way, sign in. And next I'm going to give the route for the main component. As like this way. Okay. So now you can see that here is the sign in component and main component. Okay. So next I'm going to give in the sign in component such that after this sign in with the pop-up function, I'm going to use the navigate from the React Router DOM. So for that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook, that is called navigate as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to give the navigate after this sign in with the pop-up function. So here I'm going to use the navigate as like this way, and I'm giving the main as the root. Okay, so now you can see that when after giving the username here and this designation, I'm going to click on sign in component. At that time, you can see that after the user is logged in, the user will be redirected to the home page. Okay. Here you can see the designation, name, profile image, etc. So you can see that a new collection is formed, which is users with a document and fields such as designation, email, profile image, and username. So next I'm going to do is to log in into our project LinkedIn clone using another user or another Google account. So here I'm going to take the project and I'm going to give the username, designation, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time you can see that this user will be logged in. Okay, you can see that the designation and the profile image here and the username. Then when we go to the Firebase, you can see that here is a collection that is formed. That is in the users collection, a new document is formed that is with another Google account. Okay, so that what we happened here. So next I'm going to do is to bring a slight change here. We know that now there is creating a single collection for different users. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create different collection for different users. So we know that the single collection is forming for different users because we have given the name users here. As a second argument, we have passed the name of the collection here. That's why a single collection is formed and each user is forming as a document into that single collection. As like this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create each collection for each user. Okay, so for that, what we can do is we can give dynamic collection name here. As of now, it is static. So I'm giving the collection name as user hyphen auth dot current user dot UID. So what is happening is such that we know that in the auth dot current user there is a UID for each user. So I am going to give the name of the collection as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to first remove the collection that is available currently, and I'm going to add the collection again or add the login again. Okay, so here I'm going to give the as like this way. I'm going to click on the sign in button. At that time the user will be logged in, and we can see that in the Firebase collection. So here you can see that a new collection is formed with the name of the collection as like this way. That means user hyphen and the UID that we have given here. So next I'm going to log in using this second Google account. So I'm going to give the so now you can see that the new user is logged in, and when we go to the Firebase, you can see that actually a new collection is formed. Here you can see that there is two collection with a different name. That means we have given the name by using the UID of the user. Okay, this is the first user, and here you can see the second user. Okay, so next we have to bring a slight change in the home page also for showing the user profile image, designation, username. Here you can see that now as of now it is not showing the username, profile image, and the designation. So for that I'm going to the main component, and you can see that here we have given the second argument as users. So we have changed it now. So I'm going to copy that user slash auth dot current user dot UID, and I'm going to paste it here. So now you can see that yes, now it is showing the username, designation, and the profile image also. Next, I'm going to give a post into our database from the user. So here I'm going to bring changes in this section. So for that, I'm going to use the React model. So I'm going to take the React model npm. Here you can see that this is the React model npm, and I'm going to copy this command and to run this command in our project. npm I React model. Okay. So now React model will be installed into our project. So now you can see the React model has been installed into our project. You can see it in the package.json. Okay. Next, I'm going to create a new component, that is post.js. So post.js. And here I am going to do is to copy the document or the example from the React model. Here you can see there is an example. So I'm going to copy this section of return, and I'm going to paste it in our project. So I'm going to paste in this section, and after that I'm going to copy from here this whole function. So I'm going to copy that whole function and to paste it here. Next I'm going to do is to copy this section, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see that we have implemented the React model into our project. The next I'm going to do is to call this post component in the middle.js component. So here we know that there is a text field, that is this text field. So whenever we are clicking this start a post section, whenever we are clicking this text field, that model has to be shown. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to call that post component here as like this way. So now you can see that this is the post component. Whenever we call the post component, we can see that there is an open model button. So whenever we click this open model button, we can see the pop-up here. So what I'm going to do next is whenever I am clicking this text field, at that time this open model button should be invoked. So for that I'm going to use the ref in the middle component. So for that I'm going to define the post ref, and I'm going to use the use ref as like this way. So next what we have to do is whenever we click this text field, at that time this post component should be invoked. So for that we have to give this ref into this post component. For that we know there is a functionality called forward ref in the React. So I'm going to use that forward ref in this post component as like this way. Forward ref. I have imported the forward ref from the React as like this way. So now what we can do is we can pass that ref into this post component as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use that ref here in this post component. So first we have to use the props. Then as a second argument we had or parameter we have to use the ref. So we can give any name here. Usually we are giving the ref itself. So next I'm going to use this ref for the button, that is open model. So we need to invoke this button whenever we are clicking that text field. So I'm going to give this ref here in this button as like this way. So now what we have to do is whenever we are clicking that text field, this post ref should be invoked. So I'm giving on click, and at that time what is happening is such that post ref dot current dot click. Okay, now we can check that by clicking this text field. Okay, so now you can see that when we click that text field with the label start a post, this model pop-up have been arrived. So next I'm going to do is to hide this open model button. So in this post component, we know that this is the button that is open model. So I'm going to give a style such as display none. So now you can see that here there is no button that is open model button. Okay. I am going to click on this text field. At that time you can see that the model pop-up has arrived. Then I'm going to bring the changes in this model pop-up. So here we don't want these sections, this form and this div, etc. And also I am going to change the color of this text. That is, here we can give the color. So I am giving the color as gray. So now you can see that this is a structure of this model pop-up. So I am going to use button from the material UI as like this way. So now you can see that here is the button that is for close. Okay, so I am giving the variant size small. Okay, so now you can see that here is the close button. Okay, I am giving the name of this button as cancel. So here I am going to change this text. That is, I am giving as what do you want to talk about. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of our pop-up. The next I am going to give a or use another button, that is button for adding the post as like this way, and I am giving that done here. So I am giving the variant as contained. So now you can see that here is the button. Okay, so I am giving margin left here. So now you can see that here is the cancel button and the done button. So whenever we click this cancel button, at that time this pop-up will be gone. Okay, so whenever we click this done button, what we have to do is we have to add the post into our database. Okay, so for that I am going to use the text field for adding the post. So I am giving as text field as like this way. So in the material UI, you can see different designs for the text field. So I am going to take the material UI as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on this get started button. At that time, we will be redirected to the. Okay, so now you can see that here in the sidebar, there is components. In the components, you can see the text field. So inside this text field, you can see different designs as shown. So here you can see that I'm going to use this type of text field. So for that, you can see that when we take the code here, it is a third text field. So now you can see that this is the text field that they have shown there. So what I'm going to do is to copy this completely and to paste it here. So now you can see that yeah, this is the structure of the text field. So I am going to remove this default value, and also I am changing the label as type here. So now you can see that this is a structure. Okay, I am going to give the BR before after this text field as like this way. So now you can see that it has like this way. I'm going to give a SX tag, that is margin top to these two buttons. So this is a structure of the text field now. Okay, I'm going to increases the width of the text field. So I am going to give the width as, I'm going to give the width as 500 px as like this way. So now you can see that. Okay, this is the structure of the text field as of now. So next, what I am going to do is to give the functionality to this done button. So here in this done button, there is a close model. So I am going to remove this close model and I am going to give the function add post, which I am going to define now. So here I am going to define the function add post as arrow function. Next, I am going to use the set doc from Firebase as like this way. I have imported the set doc from the Firebase Firestore. The next I'm going to do is to give async await as like this way, and I'm giving the try catch. So try catch console.error. Okay, then I'm giving this await set dog inside this try. Okay, next I'm going to define a post document. I'm going to use the doc function which I have imported from the Firebase. Inside this doc function, I'm going to pass the database as a first argument and the name of the collection as the second argument. So name of the collection as user hyphen auth dot current user dot uid as like this way. So now you can see that we have passed the database as a first argument and as a second argument the name of the collection, and as a third argument I am passing the id as like this way. So I am going to copy this and I am going to paste it here. That is a post document. The next I am going to define, that is post ref, in which I am going to use the doc, and also I am passing the first argument as post document and the second argument as the name of the collection. So I am giving the name of the collection as posts, and as a third argument I am going to pass the id. So I am going to give the random id as like this way, math dot random. Okay, and I am going to use this post ref inside this set doc. So inside this setDoc function, as a second argument, we have to pass the text that we have given in this text field. So for that, I'm going to use the on change. Inside that on change, I'm going to use this state. So for that, first of all, I'm going to define this state, that is as like this way. And I am using this set text here. In the on change of the text field, I am going to give the set text as like this way, e dot target dot value. Okay, so now you can see that we have used the or defined the state that is text, and we have used the set text here for collecting the text from this text field. And next I'm going to do is to give that state as a second argument in this set doc function. So as an object, I'm going to pass the text as like this way. I'm giving as text post. Okay, so now I'm going to click the next. I'm going to give a something or type something here as like this way, and I'm going to click on the done button. So here there is an error. So I'm converting this into a string as like this way. So next I'm going to click it once more. I'm going to click on the done button again. Okay, so now you can see that here a new collection is added in this user. So here there is a post, the name of the collection that we have already given in the here. Then next I'm going to click on this post. At that time you can see that the this is the document ID of the documents that we have given a random ID as like this way. And next you can see that here is the field that is text post. Thanks everyone for this warm welcome. Okay, so we have posted as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to show that post here in this middle section. So for that I'm going to the middle component. So here in this card section we have to show the post. So I'm going to define a function that is get post as like this way. So I'm going to use the get docs function, not get doc, get docs function from the Firebase Firestore, and I'm giving here async and await. I'm giving try catch here, console.error as like this way, and I'm passing this get docs inside this try. So now you can see that we have used the get docs function from the material UI from the Firebase Firestore. So next I'm going to do is to pass the reference to the document that or collection that we need to get. So for that, I'm going to the post component and I'm going to copy these two reference and I'm going to paste here. Next, I'm going to bring some changes. That is, we need the collection of the post that we have posted or the user posted there. So I'm going to change this as collection, which I have imported from the Firebase Firestore. And next I'm going to do is to remove this ID. Okay. After that, I'm going to pass this post ref inside this get docs function as like this way. Next, I'm going to assign this get docs into a variable that is data, and I'm going to log that data. So now you can see that in the console, then here I'm going to call this get post in the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm giving as get post function. So next, you can see that I'm going to. So here we need to import the database and auth from the firebase setup.js. So here I'm going to import the auth and also the database from the. So now you can see that Here is the data that we need to show in the middle section or show in the home page. So here we need to get this doc, but it is not in the form which we can use directly. So I am going to define another state, other variable, that is filtered data, in which I am going to use this data dot docs that we have already seen there, dot map. I'm going to map as like this way. So we will get the each doc, and I'm going to do is to apply doc dot data function, and also I'm going to pass the ID as like this way, that is doc dot ID. Next, I'm going to pass this filtered data into a state. So for that, I'm going to define a state, that is const post comma set post, which is an empty array. So next, I'm going to pass this filtered data into the set to post. So now I am going to console the post. So now you can see that in the console, here is the post. Next, what I'm going to do is to put this inside the set timeout as like this way, and I'm giving async here. So now you can see that, yeah, here is the post. Okay, that is, it contains the ID and the text post that we have given there. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to map through this post state. So here there is the card. So I'm going to map through this post here. So I'm giving here as post and here as post. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to put this card completely inside here. So I'm going to cut this card component and to paste it here. And after that, I'm going to use that post in this description section. So I'm giving here as post dot text post. And next I'm going to give a return here. So now you can see that here is the post. Next, I'm giving a condition for this card media here. So here I'm going to do that. Here I'm giving a condition such as post dot, I'm giving photo. So now I have given the random name here, that is photo. So whenever there is a photo field in this post, then only it needs to show this card media. So now you can see that in this there is no card media. Okay. Next we have to show the name, designation and the profile image along with this post. So I'm going to the post component. Here we have to pass the username designation, and a profile image along with this post. So for that, we have already done that function for getting the user in the main component. So I'm going to copy the same function and to put that function or define that function in the post component. Then I'm going to call this function inside the use effect. So I'm going to use the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm going to call that function, that is get user, as like this way. Okay, I'm going to import this get doc from Firebase Firestore. Okay, next I'm going to define this user data state. So here I'm going to define the state, that is user data comma set user data, and I am passing an empty array into it. So now we will get the details of the user, that is username, designation, profile image in this user data, and I am going to pass that same into this setDoc function. So here I am going to pass the username as user data dot. We will get that same from the sidebar. So here we have used that already. So I am going to copy user data dot document dot. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. And also as same as like that, I'm going to give the designation as like this way. And also I am giving the profile image. Okay, so now we have passed the username, designation, profile image along with the post. So now in the middle section or middle component, we can take that details also. So next I am going to post one more thing here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on the done button. At that time, you can see that a new document of post collection will be created. Okay, here is the new post that is created, new document with a new random ID. Here you can see that here is text post, profile image, designation, username, etc. So we can use that directly here. So I'm going to use that in this middle component. So here we will get the post, and we have already used the post.text post. I'm going to use the post.profile image, designation, and username. Okay, so now you can see that here is showing the name of the user, designation, and also the profile image. So I'm going to give a style to the profile image as border radius. So now we can see that here the border radius as like this way. I'm giving it as 50 px. So now you can see that. Okay. So I think it is very fine. So I'm giving a little gap between each the card. So I'm giving a margin top to this as like this way. Next I'm going to do is to create a new component for connection. So for that I'm going to create a new component in the components folder as like this way, that is connection. In this component we have to list the users, and we have I'm going to give a button for establishing connection with that user. Okay. So for that, first of all, I'm going to do is, we know that as of now in the database there is separate collection for separate users. So what I'm going to do next is to create a single collection for all users. Then we can establish the connection. So I'm going to the sign in component, and I'm going to change this second argument, that is the name of the collection, and to give it as users itself, that is a static name. And also I'm going to change these things, these same things in other components, like in the middle component also I'm giving the name of the collection as users, and also in the main component I'm going to give as the name of the collection as users. So here you can see that I'm going to give the name of the collection as users. Okay. So next I'm going to do is, whenever the user is logging in, the a single collection will be created named users. So I'm going to delete these collections as like this way. Then next I'm going to log in. So here I'm going to give the name and the designation. So at that time you can see that a new collection will be created and a new user will be added to that collection. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to log in from other user, other Google account as like this way. So at that time now you can see that here a new document will be created for the second user. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to list the users in this database. So here we know that as of now there is two users or two Google account. So I'm going to list the users in the connection component. So for that, first of all, I'm going to give the connection route to the connection component in the app.js as like this way. I'm giving the path as connection or connect, and the element, that is connection. Okay, so now you can see that a new route is given in the app.js for connection component. And also next I'm going to do is, we know that in the sidebar there is a section for connection. So I'm going to use link component from the React router DOM, and I'm going to pass this connection into that link component. And I'm giving a two props here as like this way as connect. So now we can see that I'm going to import this from the React router DOM. So now we can see that here is the connection. So when I click these connections, we will be redirected to the connection component. Here we need to list the users. So for that, first of all, I'm going to do is to list the users by using the getDocs function from the Firebase. So I'm going to define a function get users, which is an arrow function, and I'm going to use the getDocs function from the Firebase itself. Okay, so here I'm going to use async await and try catch, and I'm going to paste these inside this try and console.error here. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to call this getUsers function inside the use effect as like this way, and I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as user ref, which is equal to collection. I have imported the collection function from the Firebase. So we need to list the all documents from a particular collection. So for that purpose, we need to use the collection function. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. The next, I'm going to pass this user ref into this getDocs function. So I'm going to assign this into a data variable as like this way, and I'm going to console that data. So now you can see that I'm taking the console here. Here is the query snapshot. Okay, so in this, we will get the document from this docs, but now as of now, it is not in the form that we can directly use. So we need to convert it into the form which we can use directly. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through this data. So for that, I'm going to define a variable that is filtered data, which is equal to data.docs.map, and I'm going to map through this as like this way. And I'm passing the ID also into it as doc.id. Next, I'm going to define a state, and I'm giving the name of the state as user data, set user data as like this way. And I'm going to pass this filter data into this set user data. Okay, so now we can see that I'm going to console the filter data here, or user data state. At that time, you can see that in the console, here is the user data. So we will get the details of the each user as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to map through this user data in this section. So I am going to map through user data.map, and we will get the details of each user. So I'm going to show that details of each user, or list the details of each user using a list component from the material UI. So I'm going to use the paper first as like this way. Inside this paper, I am going to use the list component from the material UI. Okay, then next I'm going to use the component named list item, and inside this list item I'm going to use the avatar first as like this way, and as a second item I'm going to use the list item text. Okay, so in this avatar is as like that of the image tag in the HTML or in the JSX. So I'm going to give source here. Here we will get the source as user dot profile image. Here is it. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to pass the text into this list item text. So for that we can use two props into, or pass two props into this list item text, that is primary and secondary. So as a primary I am going to pass the user dot username, and as a secondary props I am going to pass the user dot designation. Okay, so now you can see that in the connection component, here is the list of the two users with their profile picture, name, and the designation. Okay, so I am going to use another button here. So in the list item itself, after list item text, I am going to use the button from the material UI itself as connect, and I am giving the variant as outlined, and size as small. Okay, so now you can see that here is the button for connect. Okay, so as of now, it is listing all the users from the database. You can see this. But actually, we don't want to list the current user here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the connection component, and I'm going to use the filter method to filter the user. So for that, I'm going to do is to first comment this whole, and here I am going to filter first in the user data as like this way, and I am taking the each user, then I am filtering by user dot id, which is not equal to auth dot current user dot uid. Okay, then I am going to map through it. Here I am giving as other user, that is a filtered user. So inside this I am going to pass this return completely, and I am going to remove this. I'm going to change this user. We have to use the other user from the map here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in the place of user. So now you can see that it is showing only the other user or the filtered user in this connect or connection component. That is a users other than the user who is logged in now. Okay. So in the other Google account, you can see that here it is showing the other user. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is, we know that this user is Steve and the other user or other Google account is Bill. So what we have to do is, whenever the Steve click the connect button here, so Steve will be added to the list. Okay. So now you can see that here is the user, and the other user from the map here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in the place of user. So now you can see that here is the other user. So what we have to do is, whenever the Steve click the connect button here, we need to pass an invitation to the bill. In the invitation component or invitation page, the bill need to get the request from the Steve. For that, what I'm going to do is in the connection component, I'm going to define a new function that is send request. So in that function, what I'm going to do is when I click this connect button at that time, through that function, we need to pass the details of this user. That is the user Steve into this bills database or bills collection in the database. So for that, I'm going to create a new sub collection in the bills document or bills collection. So here in the connection component, I'm going to define a new function that is send a request as an arrow function, and I'm going to use the add doc method from the firebase, and I'm giving here async await and try cats. Then I'm going to pass the console.log error, and also I'm giving the add dog function inside this try. Okay, so now next I'm going to do is to call the send request function inside this button, inside the on click of this button, as like this way. Next, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to define a variable that is request doc as like this way, and I'm going to use the doc function from the firebase, and as a first argument I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So the name of the collection is users. Then next I'm going to do is to give this request dog as a first or the first argument of this add dog function, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the object. Then inside this object I'm going to do is to pass the details of this current user. So the details of the current user can be get from the sidebar. That means we have already used this link for connecting to this component. So inside this link, we can pass the details of this current user by using the state. So I'm going to pass this as state. So I'm going to pass the username, profile image, and the designation into this connection component. So as like this way, username. So I'm going to give the username completely as like this way from here, comma, then designation as like this way, comma, and profile image. So here we have passed the username, designation, and the profile image. Okay. So next I'm going to use that three details here. So for that I need to use the use location hook from React router DOM. So I'm going to define variable location, and I'm going to use the or assign this use location hook into it. I have imported the use location from the React router DOM as like this way, and I have assigned the use location into the location variable. So next I'm going to console this location here. So at that time you can see that I'm going to take the console, and in the console you can see that I'm going to click on this connection component. So here we get the, first of all, I'm going to remove this console. Okay, so now you can see that here is the details such as username, designation, and the profile image. So we can directly pass these details into this add doc as a second argument. So I'm going to take it as location dot state dot username, state dot designation, and state dot profile image. So here I am passing the username as location dot state dot username and designation as location dot state dot designation itself, and profile image as location dot state dot profile image. Okay, so now we have passed these details into the add doc. Okay, so here we are going to create a sub collection. So as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So we are going to create a sub collection in the collection of bill. So the collection or the ID of the bill can be get from here. That is this other user dot ID. So we need to pass that ID by using the send request function. So I'm going to pass that ID here as like this way. That is user dot ID. And we can take that ID as user ID in the here as a parameter, that is user ID. Okay, it is other user. Okay, then next I'm going to pass the user ID as the third argument as like this way, user ID. Okay, then next I'm going to define another variable, that is connect ref, which is equal to, I'm going to use the collection function from the firebase as like this way, and as a first argument to this collection function I'm going to pass the request doc variable, and as a second argument I'm going to give the name of the sub collection that we are going to create. So I'm going to give the name of the sub collection as request in. Okay, so next I'm going to replace this request doc by using this connector of, and here I need to change the name of the profile image as like this way, because we are getting location.state.profile image as like this way. So now I am going to click on the connect button. At that time you can see that a new sub collection will be created in the name request in. Okay, here is the sub collection. That sub collection is only created for this user, the user bill. Okay, so in that you can see that in the document the details of the other user, that means the user who requested for connection. Okay, here the user who requested for connection is Steve. Okay, so in the bills document we can see the details of the Steve as like this way. So next what I am going to do is, in the other Google account, that means in the bills Google account, I am going to show the details of the Steve in the invitation page. For that I am going to create a new component named invitation.js as like this way. So now you can see that I am going to use the same UI of connection for this invitation also. So I am going to copy this complete component from the material UI and I'm pasting it here. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give root to this invitation component in this app.js. So I'm using the root from React root atom, and I'm going to give the root as like this way for invitation. That is invite, and I'm giving the component as like this way. So now you can see that I'm giving the component that is invitation, and also in the sidebar I'm going to, okay, so here it is showing some error in this invitation, so I'm going to remove this source, primary, secondary, on click, etc. Okay, next I'm going to import these components from the material UI, that is paper, list, list item, avatar, list item text, button. Okay, so next I'm going to do is in the sidebar I'm going to use the link component as like this way to the invitation also. So I'm going to pass this invitations title into this link, and I'm going to give the two props as invite. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the invitations link here. So at that time you can see that we will be redirected to the invitation. This is the invitation component. Here you can see the structure, that is the profile image and also the button connect. So I'm going to change that button in the invitation, that is I'm going to use two button here, that is for one is for accept, another is for reject. Okay, so you can see that here it is two button is there here. So I'm giving the variant of the accept as contained. Okay, then I'm giving an SX, that is margin left to 5px. Okay, so next I'm going to show you the details of the user who requested for connection here. So here I'm going to define the function. I'm giving the name of the function as show request as like this way as an arrow function, and I'm going to use the get doc get docs from the firebase as like this way. I'm giving async await, try catch, console.log error, and get docs into this try. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to call this function inside the use effect. So in the use effect, I'm going to call the function that is show request as like this way. Then next I'm going to define a variable request ref, which is equal to the collection. I'm going to use the collection method or collection function from the Firebase, and as a first argument I'm going to pass the database which I have imported from the setup, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the name of the collection, that is first collection, main collection, that is users, and as a third argument we need to pass the ID. So the ID is the ID of the current user itself, that is auth.current user, so dot uid dot current user dot UID as like this way. And next I'm going to define another variable, that is I am giving the name of the variable simply as a request in ref, which is equal to collection. Here I am going to change this collection to dog. Okay. And next I am going to give the first argument to this collection as request ref. And as a second argument, I am going to pass the name of the collection, that is sub collection, that is request in. Okay. So now I am going to pass this request in ref into this get docs function. Next I am going to assign the get docs into this data, and I am going to log data like console.log data as like this way. So here you can see that this is an invitation component or page. Here I am going to take the console. You can see the query snapshot. So I am going to define another variable, that is filter data, and I am going to map through the data.docs. Here I am going to take the each document, and I am going to pass the, or I am going to call the doc.data method here, comma, I am going to pass the ID also, that is doc.id. Okay. Then I am going to pass this filter data into a state. So for that I am going to define a state, that is I am giving the name of the state as user set user, which is equal to useState an array. Then I am going to pass this filter data into that user or set user, that is set user filter data. So now I am going to log the user here, that is console user. So in the invitation page you can see the details of the users. So I am going to click on invitation. At that time you can see that here is the details of the user who requested for connection. That means Steve is the user who requested for the connection to this user. That is, this is Bill. Bill got a request from Steve. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is to show the name, designation, and the profile image of the user who requested for this connection. Okay, so for that, in this invitation component, I'm going to use this user state and map through the user state as like this way. Each user, we will get the each user here. So I'm going to use the each user for in the source. I'm going to give as each user dot the profile image. So here you can see that this is a profile image. So I'm going to pass that directly here. So each user dot profile image, and in the list item text I'm going to pass at primary, that is each user dot name, username. Okay, then next designation, that is as a secondary I am going to pass the user or each user dot designation. So at that time you can see that the name of the user, the designation and profile image of the user who requested for the connection in here in this invitation component. So next I'm going to do is to set the functionality for this reject button. So first of all, I'm going to change the design of these buttons. as like that of in the original LinkedIn. So in the original LinkedIn, I'm giving here as ignore and a color of gray, as like this way. And in this accept button, I am going to give variant as outlined. So now you can see that this is the structure of the button ignore and accept as of now. The next I'm going to give the functionality for this ignore button. So for that I'm going to create a new function or define a new function, that is const delete request, an arrow function, and I'm going to use the delete doc function from the firebase, and I'm giving the async await try catch console.error error, and I'm passing this delete doc into this try as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to call this delete rec function inside this ignore button. So in the on click of this ignore button, I'm going to call this delete req function. Okay, next I'm going to define two doc. First I'm going to give the name of the doc as user doc. I'm going to use the doc function here, and the first argument I'm going to pass the database, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the users, that the name of the collection, and as a third argument I'm going to pass the ID of the current user, that is auth dot current user dot uid. Okay, so as a as a next step, I am going to define another variable, that is delete doc. Delete document. Here also I am going to use the doc function from the Firebase as like this way, and I am going to pass the user doc as the first argument. Okay, and as a second argument, I am going to pass the name of the sub collection, that is request in. And as a third argument, I'm going to pass the ID of that particular user that we need to delete. So we will get the ID in the from the button. So I'm going to pass the user, each user completely into this delete request function as an argument. So here we can take that as user, and we can pass this user ID as a third argument here. So here we can say that it is user.id. Okay. And next I'm going to pass this del document as an argument into this delete doc function. Okay. The next I'm going to click on the ignore button. So now as of now you can see that in the Firebase there is a request in sub collection which contains the details such as designation, profile, username, etc. So next I'm going to click on the ignore button here. Okay. I have clicked the ignore button. At that time you can see that, yeah, this collection has no document. That means the document that we had before has been deleted. Okay. When the user is deleted or ignored the request, this user need to be removed from this list. So for that I am giving that this state user in this dependency of this use effect. So at that time this user will be deleted. Okay. So we have done the ignore functionality, and I'm giving a style for the div in the invitation as padding 20 px, and also in the connection the same style padding 20 px, and also I am giving the background color as gray. Okay, it's like this way. So now you can see that I am giving the same style in invitation and the connection. So here color from the home component. In the home component we have given the color as like this way. So I am going to select that color and put it in the background color of connection and the invitation, and I am giving the height as 100 VH. Okay, okay. So now you can see that this is a structure. As of now, the invitation page of the second Google account is empty. So I am going to click on the connect button again. At that time, you can see that here it is listing the user who asked for connection. And next, I am going to give the functionality for this accept button. What I'm going to do is in the Firebase, we have know that already there is a request in connection with the documents and field. So whenever the user clicked this accept button, I am going to edit this collection or edit this document. That means here I am going to add a new field that is called as status, and status equal to accepted. Okay, that's a change I am going to make here. So before that, when we are adding this request, that means when the user click this connect button, at that time I'm going to add a the status field at that time itself. Okay, that means I'm giving it as pending. So here in the connection there is send request function. Here we have added these details like the username, designation, profile image, and the ID. So here I am going to add the status as pending, as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that I am going to ignore the request again, and I am going to click on the connect button. At that time a new request will be created. So here you can see that in the Firebase a new field is added that is pending. So next I am going to do is to define another function for or another function in the invitation component that is for accepting the invitation. So const accept request as like this way, which is equal to an arrow function, and I am going to use the set doc from the Firebase, and I am giving the async await as like this way. Try catch console dot error as error, and I'm putting this set doc inside this try as like this way. Then next I'm going to call this accept request function inside this accept button in the on click of this accept button. Okay, next I'm going to do is to copy this to doc variable, and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to bring some changes, that is I'm going to make it as accept doc and connection doc. Okay, next I'm going to pass this connection doc inside this set doc function and accept doc into this. Okay, so now as a second argument I am going to pass the details such as designation, So here we need to pass the designation. So we need to accept the details of the user. So I am going to accept the parameter as user. So here I am going to give the each user details of the each user as like this way. So now we can take the details from here. That means user dot designation, comma, username, user dot username, then profile image, that is user dot profile image, and id user dot id. Okay, so we have passed these details. The next, as a last details, I'm going to pass the status, that is accepted or connected. Okay, so now you can see that I am going to ignore this again. So as of now, you can see that there is no request in. The next I am going to click on the connect button again. A new request is formed with the details and the status, that is pending. So next I am going to click on the accept button. At that time you can see that the pending status has changed to connected. Okay. So here you can see that when we click the accept button, at that time also you can see the user in this list. So what I am going to do is, when we are clicking this accept button or after clicking this accept button, I am going to remove this particular user from this list. Okay. As of now you can see that the status is connected. Then also we can see the user in this list. So I'm going to do is, in the invitation component, I'm going to filter this list, filter the user. So for that I'm going to use the filter method, such as filter. Inside this filter, I'm going to do is, I'm going to use this user, and the user dot status is equal to pending. So then after this, in this invitation component, only the user having the status pending will be listed. So when we look here, you can see that the user from the list has gone. Okay, so I'm showing it one more time. So I'm going to remove this request. Then I'm going to click on the connect button again. So now you can see that here is the request in subcollection with the status pending. So I'm going to click on the accept button. At that time you can see that the user has gone from the list, and also the status has changed to connected. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create a new component for showing the list of the connected users. Okay. So for that I'm going to create a new component named. So I'm going to create a new component, that is network.js. So here I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to the app.js component, and I'm giving the root for this network component as like this way. I'm giving slash network, and here I am using or calling the network component. Okay. Then next what I'm going to do is, in the navbar, link component from the React router DOM. So here I am going to use the link as like this way. Then I'm going to put this image tag inside this link, image tag of the network inside this link. You can see that. And after that, I'm going to give the props, that is slash network here. And now when I click this network icon in the navbar, you can see that we will be redirected to the network component. Okay, here what I am going to do is I am going to copy the code snippets from this invitation component. That is, I am going to copy this show request function and this state, and I am going to paste it in the network component here. Then after that, I am going to call this show request inside the use effect. So inside use effect, I am going to call it, and I am giving this user inside the dependency array as like this way. Okay, so next I am going to do is to copy this section and to paste it completely in the network component. Okay, so now in the invitation component we have given the filter, that means user.status equal to pending. So in the network component we are giving user.status equal to connected. Then next I am going to remove these buttons, and I am going to import the paper list item avatar list item text from material UI as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of the network component as of now. We can see the list of the user who is connected. Next I am going to do is to bring a slight change in the post section. So here I am going to take the post component, and in the post component we have given the name of the collection as like this way. So I am going to change it again. That means I am giving the collection as of now users, and also the same change I am bringing here also. So I am going to remove this and to give users as like this way. Okay, then next I am going to post here as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here is the post as like this way. So we have seen in the network component or network page of the bill, the user who is connected to the bill. So this is bill's account, and here when I take the network page, you can see that here contains the users, the list of users who is connected to the bill. Okay, here we can see that Steve is connected to bill now. So at that time, when we are taking the Steve's LinkedIn, at that time we need to see the name of the bill in the network page of the Steve's account. So I am taking the Steve's Google account or LinkedIn. I am going to the network page of the Steve. At that time you can see that the network page of the Steve is empty. Actually, this network page should contains the users who are connected to the Steve. But here, actually, as of now, the name of the bill or the details of the bill should be shown in this page. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to the invitation component. After executing this function, this bill's network page is updated. Okay. So here I am going to define another function. So for that, I am going to copy directly this function and paste it here above this function here as like this way, and I am going to change the name of the function, that is add connect. So it means that it is adding a connection collection in the Steve's account also, or Steve's Firebase account. So here a new collection will be added whenever the bill clicked the accepted button. Okay. So for that, what I am going to do is Here I am going to bring some changes. That means here below or in the accept request function, we have given the auth.currentuser.id. Okay. So in this add connect button, add connect function, we don't want to pass the ID of the current user. We have to pass the ID of the opposite user. Okay. So for that, we are accepting the user details from this button. Okay. As of here. But now the ID of the user, that is user.id, is not complete ID, because here in the connection component we have used a slice for reducing that ID into 4 characters. But now I am going to remove that slice from here, and at that time we will get the correct ID here. Okay, so at that time we can use this user dot ID directly here. Okay, because I am calling this add connect after this set doc in the accept request. That's like this way. And I am passing this user details here. At that time, we can take this user here and pass the user.id here. Okay. In the second, that is connection doc, first of all, we have passed the accept doc as a first argument, and second, we have passed the request in, that is name of the collections or sub collection. And as a third argument, we have to pass the ID. Here we have passed the user.id, and here we have passed the current ID. So here I am going to do the vice versa. So I am giving here as use auth dot current user dot uid. Okay. The next what I am going to do is I am going to give the details such as designation, username, profile image, ID, status, etc. So for that, what I am going to do is in the sidebar component, we have already used the link in the invite section. Okay, so here I am going to pass the details such as username, designation, profile image, that's like this way. So I am going to copy this and to paste it here. Okay, so now we can use that details in the invitation component also by using the use location hook. That means I'm using the or I'm assigning the use location hook into this location variable as like this way. Okay, so now we can use that details for passing the details into this function or here. So here I am going to use that as like designation location dot state dot designation, and like that I'm giving the username also. So here I am going to give the username, and here I am going to give the profile image. Okay, I'm going to remove this ID here. Okay, so next I'm going to remove the request in collection from this document, and I'm going to request for, or I'm going to click on connect button again. So in the connection component, I'm going to click on the connect button here in the Steve's account, and next I'm going to the Bill's account, and here in the invitation component, I'm going to click the accept button. At that time, you can see that in the network page of the Bill's account, there is the list which list of the user who is connected. Then now I am going to the Steve's account, and you can see that I am going to click on this network page in the Steve's account. At that time, you can see that here is also there is a list of the user who is connected to the Steve. So when we are going to the database, we can see that when we are taking the two databases, we can see that request in collection or sub collection in both of the databases. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to put a button here in this network component. So for that, I'm going to the network component and to use the button component from the material UI as like this way. And I'm going to give the name of the button as message. And I'm going to give the variant of the button as outlined as like this way. So now you can see that here is the button message. So next I'm going to do is in the app.js component, I'm going to give a route to the message component. So we have already created a component named messages before. So I am going to give a route to that component. So here I'm going to use the root component as like this way. And inside this root component, I'm going to use the props path and I'm giving the root as like this way. And I'm going to give the component into the element prop as like this way. That is message. Okay. Next, I'm going to the network component and here I am going to give the or use the link component from the React router DOM and put this message button inside this link. Okay. Then next I am going to give the two props in which I am going to give the root of this component, that is message. So now what happened is when I click the message button, we will be redirected to this message component. So in the message component, I am going to use the text field and button from the material UI. So inside this, I am going to give another div and here I am going to use the text field from material UI as like this way and giving the variant of this text field as outlined and I'm giving the label as type here. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the size of this text field as small. Then next I'm going to use the button component and I'm giving the name of the button as send and I'm using the props variant which is equal to contained. So now you can see that this is the structure of the message component and here I am going to do is to give the padding to this top div for about 30px. So now you can see that this is a structure and I'm going to give a margin left to this send button. So here I'm going to give the SF tag and I'm using the margin left, that is okay. So next I'm going to give the functionality to this message component. So for that I'm going to the message component and here I am going to define a new function. I'm giving the name of the function as send message, an arrow function. I'm going to use the add doc from the firebase firestore. So for that I'm going to import the add doc from firebase firestore. I'm going to give the async await and try catch. I'm going to call this send message function in the on click of the send button as like this way. Next, I'm going to define the variable that is user doc, and I'm going to use the doc function from the firebase. As a first argument, I'm going to pass the database as like this way. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the name of the collection users. And as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So what I'm going to do, we know that this is a database of our Firebase. And here, this is the document of the user Bill. And this is the document of the user Steve. So here, I'm going to send the message from the Steve's account. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a subcollection named message in the bills document. So when the Steve is sending message, I'm going to create the message collection, subcollection containing the message of the Steve's in the bills document. So for that, we need to pass the bills document ID. Okay. So we know that we have already have an auth.currentuser.uid. That UID is of the current user's UID. So for here, it is the current user's UID is of the Steve's UID. But we need the UID of the bill. So for that, in the network component, we are already using the bill's ID, that is from the each user. So I'm going to log that each user first here as like this way. So now you can see that in the network component, when I take the console, here is the ID of the bill. So I'm going to use that ID from the network component in the message component. So for that, we have already used the link component from the React router DOM and wrapped this message button. So I am going to pass this ID from the network component to the message component. So by using the state props. So as like this way, I am going to pass the username, that is each user dot username, and ID each user dot ID. Next, I am passing the profile image as each user dot profile image. So here we can see that here is ID profile image and username as like this way. So we have passed these details to the message component. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these details in the message component. So for that I'm going to define a variable named location, and I'm going to use the use location hook from React router DOM. So here I am going to log the location as like this way. So now you can see that in the message component, here is the details such as location.state.id, profile image, and username. So I'm going to pass this ID into this doc function as a third argument. So location dot state dot id as like this way. Next, I'm going to define another variable and I'm giving the name of the variable as message doc, which is equal to the function doc. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass this user doc as like this way. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection, that is message. So I'm going to create a subcollection called in message. So we have to give the name of the subcollection as the second argument. And as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So I'm going to give the ID as the same ID that I have given here. So I'm copying this same ID from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Then next I'm going to define another variable and I'm giving the name of the variable as message ref. And I'm going to use the collection function. And as a first argument, I'm going to pass the message doc. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So I'm going to create separate collection for separate users messages. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give as message hyphen the ID. So I'm going to give the ID of the user who is sending message. So for here, as an example, the Steve is sending message. So that means the current user is sending message. So I'm going to give the ID of the current user, that is auth dot current user dot UID. Okay. After that, I'm going to use this message ref as the first argument in this add doc. Okay. The next what I'm going to do is as a second argument, we need to pass the object, that is a message. So for that, I'm going to define a state, that is message, as like this way, and set message, which is equal to use state as like this way. And I am going to use this set message in the text field, on change of the text field here, e dot target dot value, as like this way. Then I am going to pass this message here. Okay, so now I am going to click on the send. I am going to send a message here. I am giving as hi, and I am going to click on the send. So now you can see that a new subcollection will be created. Yes, as like this way. And you can see that there is the message hi. As of now, here the user who sent the message is Steve. This is the Steve's ID. That can be seen here. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is to show the message in the message page here. This is the bills account. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another function, that is show message. As like this way. And I'm going to use the get doc function, that is get docs function. Okay, and I'm giving the async await. I'm using the try catch as like this way. And I'm giving get docs here. Next, I'm going to do is to define another variable, that is user doc. So here we need to define three variables. So I'm going to copy these variables from the send message function and I'm going to paste it here. But we need to bring some changes. That means we are going to get the messages to show from the current user. That means here it is present in the bills document. So I'm going to give the auth.currentuser.uid here. Auth.currentuser.uid. And here we need to give the ID of the opposite or the user who requested for connection. Then next I am going to give the auth.currentuser.uid in here also. Okay. So next I am going to do is to give this message ref as the argument into this get docs function. The next I am going to assign this into a new variable that is data. Then I am going to log this data. Then you can see that in the console. And I'm going to call this show message in the use effect hook. So I'm going to take the console here and you can see that here is a query snapshot. So as of now, it is not in the form that we can use directly. So I am going to convert it. So for that, I am going to define another variable that is const filter data. This is equal to data dot docs. I'm going to map through that all docs. Okay, so I'm going to give the or I'm going to call the data function or method on each doc. So I'm going to use that each doc here and I'm going to give or pass the ID also doc.id. Next, what I'm going to do is to define another variable that is message data. So here as message data set message data as like this way and I'm going to pass that filter data into this set message data. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to log the message data here. So now you can see that I'm going to take the console here. Then you can see that message data here. So we have passed the ID and also the message. So I'm going to use that ID message here. So in the div, I'm going to map through the message data. That is message data dot map return h5. I'm going to use it as user message and user message dot message. So now you can see that here it is the message. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is we need to pass the username and the profile image also. The username and profile image of the sender. So here it is the Steve who sent the message. So we need to pass the username and profile image of the Steve. So here we have only passed the message. So we need to pass the username and the profile image. We have given the route to the message component from the network component as like this way. So The route to the network component is given in the navbar component as like this way. And also we have the details of the current user's username and profile image in this user data. So I'm going to log the user data as like this way. So now you can see that this is the details. It contains the details such as the username, profile image, and designation email of the current user. So I'm going to pass that details into the network component. So for that, I'm going to use the state props, and I'm going to pass the details such as profile image and the username. So I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it as current user pro image as like this way, and the current user name as like this way. So now we can take that details in the network component using use location hook from the React router DOM. So I am going to define a variable that is location, and I am going to assign the use location hook as like this way, and I am going to log the location. So now you can see that in the network component, here is the details such as current username and current user profile image. So next I am going to do is to pass these details into the message component using the state props here. So here I am going to pass the current user name by using location dot state dot current user name. And next I am going to pass the profile image, that is current pro image as location dot state dot current profile pro image. Okay. So now you can see that in the message component, we can take these details by using the location use location hook. So I am going to log this location as like this way. So now you can see that the details such as the username, profile image, ID, and the current profile image and current username also. So we can use the details here. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass these details also along with the message. So here as username, that is location dot state dot current user name, and profile image as location dot state dot current user pro image. So now you can see that I'm going to message one more time. So I am going to take the message component, and here I am going to message as how are you, and I'm going to send the message. Now you can see in the database a new document has been created, that is the document which contains the message, profile image, and username. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to show the username and the profile image here. Here we have already shown the message as like this way. So I'm going to show the username and the profile image. So in the image tag, I'm going to pass user message dot profile image. And here I am going to pass the user message dot username. So now you can see that here is the profile image and the username. So I'm going to give a style in this image tag such as width 30px, height 30px, and border radius 40px. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. Next I am going to give a style that is display flex, and also align items center. So now you can see that this is the structure. I'm going to remove this message. So now you can see that the structure very clearly. I'm going to give this message data inside this dependency array. At that time, it will load automatically. Okay, so now you can see the profile image and the user name. So I am giving a style to the message as margin left 30px and a margin left to this username also. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. Here I am going to give a style that is font weight as 100 as like this way. Okay, so as of now you can see that the message is showing in the bills account. That means the user who receives the message. So next we need to show this same in the message page of the user who sent the message. So here it is Steve's message component. So for that what I am going to do is I am going to define another function that is add message, in which I am going to write the functionality for adding a subcollection message into the user who sends the message. So for that I am going to copy the same function and to paste it here, and I'm going to give the name of the function as add message. So here what I'm going to do is, from the Steve's account perspective, we need to add a new subcollection in the Steve's document. So for that we need the Steve's ID here. So here I am going to pass the auth.current user.uid as like this way. and here also I'm going to pass the same. And here I am going to pass the bills ID. We have a location.state.username and location.state.profile image. So we have already logged the location here. So I am going to take the console. So in the console, you can see that here is the ID. So when we take the database, you can see that this is the ID of bill that can be seen here. So we can pass the ID as location.state.id as like this way. Okay. After that, I am going to call this add message function inside this send message as like this way. Okay. So now I am going to send a message one more time. So here I am going to give that where are you, and I am going to send the message. At that time, you can see that it is shown in the Steve's message page also. Okay. Okay. So next I am going to type a reply from here, and I am going to send to the Steve. At that time, you can see that it is shown here and also in the Steve's page. Okay. So the messages functionality is completed. I'm going to change the design of this page. So for that, in the message component, I'm going to use the paper component from the material UI as like this way, paper list item, and inside this list item, I am going to paste this div. So now you can see that next I'm going to do is I'm going to use integrate the news API for listing the news in the sidebar of the home page here. So for that, I'm going to the news API website. I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to the home page of the news API. So next I'm going to click on the login button in the navbar. Next, I'm going to log in. I have already created the account. Okay, so logged in successfully. After login, you can see that we will have a API key. We need to use this API key when we are using the URL. So I'm going to back to home. Here I am going to click on the Get Started button in the navbar. From here, we need to select the languages that we are using. So here I am going to select the JavaScript as the language. Then when we scroll down, you can see that this is the URL that we need to use in our project. So I'm going to copy that URL and I'm going to the project. And next I'm going to take the right bar component. Okay. So here we have already created a component called right bar. I'm going to use the URL in this component. So for that, I'm going to define a function get news, an arrow function. I'm going to use the fetch operation and I'm going to give the or paste the URL inside this fetch as like this way. Next, what I'm going to do is in this last section, I'm going to paste the API key available in the website. So I'm going to copy the API key from here and I'm going to paste it in the last section. Okay. Next, I'm going to remove this section of date. Then we will get the response. First of all, I'm going to convert that response into JSON format. After that, I'm going to log the response which is in the JSON format. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to call this getNews function inside the useEffect hook. So I'm going to use the useEffect hook as like this way, and I'm going to call the function getNews inside this useEffect as like this way. Now I'm going to our project and take the console. You can see that.
So here you can see that there is showing 100 of results. So I'm going to list these news in the right bar section. So for that, I'm first of all I'm going to define a state. I'm giving it as news, set news. So next I'm going to pass the JSON dot articles into this set news. So now you can see that here it is, the list is in articles. So I'm going to give as JSON dot articles. Okay, but when we look this news array, we can see that there is 100 of news are listed. But actually we don't want hundreds of newses to list in this news section. So we only need 5 or 6 news to list in this news section. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as news list. And I'm going to do is to use the slice method on this news state, that is news.slice, and I'm giving as 0 to 5. Next, when I console the news list, you can see that there is only 5 newses are listed. So we are going to list these 5 newses in this section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through this news list array, that is news list dot map, and I'm going to return the list as like this way. So here I am going to give as each news, and I'm going to list the title in the each news. So each news dot title. So now you can see that 5 newses are listed in this section. Okay, I'm going to give a margin top to this list as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give 6 here. Okay, so now this is the structure of the right sidebar. We have listed the newses. Okay,
Next, I'm going to do is to post images or video files into the database. So for that, I'm going to create a new component named file post.js. Next, I'm going to do is to copy the whole thing from the post component into this file post as like this way. Then I'm giving here file post. Here I'm going to remove this text field. Next, I'm going to call this file post component in the middle component. We have already called the post component here. So I'm going to call this file post below this post component as like this way. Next, I'm going to define another ref, that is file post ref, as use ref. Next, I'm going to do is I'm going to give the on click in the three image tag, that is here and here. And I'm going to change this into file post ref. And here I am going to give the ref as file post ref. Okay. Next, I'm going to the file post component, and I'm going to do is to use the file upload input or the input type file. So now you can see that whenever I click this image button, this model will be shown. Here you can see that there is a file type input. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a ref inside this file post component. So I'm going to define a ref, that is const file ref, which is equal to use ref. Now, the next I'm going to do is I'm going to assign this ref into this input field as like this way. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to give this on click of this ref inside the open model button. So here we have called the function open model. So I'm going to give the file ref dot current dot click function here. Next I'm going to do is to put this file ref dot current dot click inside this set timeout function by giving 1 second here. So I'm going to put this inside this set timeout, and next I'm going to click on this image icon. At that time you can see that window for choose the file to upload will be open. Okay. Next I'm going to do is to hide this choose file input. So for that I'm going to give a style, that is in the style attribute I'm going to give as display none. So now you can see that it is hidden. Okay. So I'm going to remove this text from here. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new state file set file, and I'm going to use this set file in the input field. So here in the on change of this input field, I'm going to use this set file as like this way. And here I am going to take the event and I'm giving the URL dot create object URL, and inside this I'm going to give the e dot target dot files as like this way. Next I'm going to show this file as a preview here. So for that I'm going to use the image tag as like this way, and I'm giving this preview, that is file here. So now you can see that I'm going to click this image icon, then I'm going to select an image. At that time you can see that it is shown here. So I'm going to put this below this image. So for that I'm going to give the br tag as like this way. So now you can see that this is a structure. So next what I'm going to do is here in the component you can see that there is already a function, that is add post, which have already defined in the post component. So here in the post component we can see that they have given the text to post, username, designation and profile images to the database. So from this file post component I'm going to give the file post also into this database. So here I'm going to give as a new file post as like this way, and I'm going to add the file that is from here. Actually we are not adding these text post, username, designation, profile image from this file post component. So I'm going to remove these four things from here. So now only file post or file is only added to the database from this component. Next I'm going to remove text. Next I'm going to remove this user data which we are not using here, and also I'm going to remove this function. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure of file post component. So I'm going to click on this image icon again. At that time you can see that this, and I'm going to click on the done button. So at that time you can see that a new post will be added which contains the file that we uploaded. Next I'm going to do is to show the post in the home page. So in the middle component we have already used the card media as like this way. So we have written a condition randomly, that is post.photo. I'm going to change that post dot that to post dot file. So here you can see that it is file post. So I'm giving as post dot file post. So if the post dot file post is available, then it will show the card media post. It shows the post dot file post. Otherwise, it will show the default image. So here you can see that here it is showing the file that we have uploaded. Okay. Here in the file post component, we need to pass the designation, profile image and username also as like that in the post component. So we don't want to pass the text to post as like that to post component. So I'm going to copy these three things and to paste it here, which we have removed before. Okay, it's like this way. So when we are adding this username, designation, and profile image to the database, we need to give the user data here. So for that, we need to define that functions get user, and also you need to call that in the user file. So I'm going to copy these two things and also this state, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Next, I'm going to give a style in the image tag as like this way. So I'm giving as width 500 px, and I'm going to post an image as like that of before. So I'm going to click or select another image. I'm going to click on the done button. That time you can see that here new post is shown in the home page. So here next I'm going to do is in the home component I'm going to give the height as 100%. Okay, so we have posted two images. So like that we can post different image as like this way. At that time we can see that in the database as of now it is showing designation and profile image username along with the file post. So that's why we can see the name and profile image here. Next, I'm going to bring some changes in the design part of the website. So first of all, I'm going to do for that to take the original LinkedIn account. So this is the original LinkedIn website, and this is our clone website. So first of all, I'm going to do is to in the middle component, I'm going to give the state post in this dependency array. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to increase the size of this logo. Okay. So in the navbar component, I'm increasing the size of the logo. That is, as of now, it is 25. I'm giving it as 30 px. So now you can see that the size has been increased. I think we need to increase the size much more. So I'm giving 35. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to add the distance between the icons in the navbar. So first of all, I'm going to do is you can see that in the original LinkedIn, the home button or home icon is in here, but in our clone, it is in here. So I'm going to change the grid item in the navbar. So here we have given the grid item xx equal to 5, 6 and 6. So I am going to give it as 5 and 7. So now you can see that it will be changed. Yes. Now you can see that home icon in the actual place. So next I'm going to give a margin left to or increasing margin left to these icons. So here we can see that we have given the margin left as like this way. So I am giving margin left as 50, 50 and 50. So now you can see that these icons were moved apart. Okay. Next I am going to do is to change the video icon in the home page to calendar. So as of now in the updated LinkedIn website, you can see that here it is media, here it is event, and here it is write article. So I'm going to do is to change this video icon into the calendar icon. So for that I'm going to import an image from my system. So I have downloaded an image of calendar. So I'm going to import this image into the project. Okay, so here I'm going to import this image calendar into this images folder here. So now you can see that this is the image that I'm going to use. So for that I'm going to the middle component and I'm going to import the calendar image in the place of video image. Okay. So next I'm going to replace the image video using this calendar. Okay. So now you can see that the structure has been changed. Okay. So next I'm going to give here the names. That is here I am giving as media. Here I am giving as event, and here I am giving as write article. So now you can see that the structure has been changed. So I am going to reduce the margin left from here. So I am giving margin left 150 px, and here I am also giving the margin left as like this way. Okay, I'm going to reduce the margin left here one more time. Okay. Next I'm going to do is in the middle I'm going to remove this on click from this event and the write article. Then next I'm going to the file post component. Here we know that we have already have an input field with the type of file. We have made that input field hidden by giving the style display none. Next I'm going to do is to give a button as like this way. And you can see that when we go to the LinkedIn original website and they click the media button, at that time you can see that when we close this window, there is a button for upload from computer. So I'm going to make that button. So I'm giving as upload from computer as like this way. And I'm giving the variant as contained. So now you can see that this is the button. Okay. So now you can see that this is the upload from computer button. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a style that is SX border radius for about 30 px. So now you can see that this is a structure. Okay. Next I'm going to give the on click here, and in the inside this on click I'm going to do is to give the function that we have already given in this open model. So I'm going to copy this file of current click, and I'm going to put that in this on click of the upload from computer button. So here you can see that when I click this button, at that time also this window will open for file upload. So here you can see that we can upload the file as like this way. Okay. And also I am giving this text also. So here after the button I am going to give H for select files to begin. Okay, I'm giving h3 here, and I am giving the style, that is font weight 500. Okay, and also I'm giving as h6 share images or videos, share your images or videos. Okay, next I'm going to do is to change the design of this connections and invitations text. So for that I'm going to the sidebar component. From here I'm going to give the style to this link. So here I'm giving the style as text decoration to none. I'm giving the same style to this invite link also. So now you can see that the style as like this way. Then I'm giving gray color to this. Here also. So now you can see that this is the structure as of now. So next I'm going to do is to capitalize the first letter of this name and the designation. So for that I'm going to take the sign in component, and I'm going to give methods in this text field. So here I am going to give as e.target.value dot char at method. I am giving as 0. At that time we will get the first letter. Then dot to uppercase. To uppercase will convert that into capital letter, or it will capitalize the letter. Next I am going to do is to add the other part of the string using slice method. One argument into the slice method. Here we need to give this e.target.value here dot slice. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to log in again. Here I am giving a Steve, CEO, sign in. At that time you can see that the first letter is capitalized. Okay, so I'm giving this same method to this designation also. I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. So now you can see that I'm going to log in again, Steve, CEO, and sign in. So now you can see that next I'm going to do is to align these designation and the name at the center. So for that I'm going to take the sidebar component, and here I am going to give the text align center. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm giving as text align center. I'm giving this same style here in this designation part also. So that is text align center. Next, I'm going to remove this style, that is position relative left to, from here also. So now you can see that the designation and the name is aligned clearly at the center. Okay. Next, I'm going to give the accept attribute in the file upload of media. So for that, I'm going to the file post component, and here I'm going to give the accept attribute as like this way. That is image slash star comma video slash star. Okay, so now you can see that we can only select the image or video. Okay, next I am going to change the size of the profile image in the sidebar and in the middle component. So I'm going to the sidebar component and I'm going to increase as the size of the profile image. So here I am going to give the width as 65 px. So now you can see that the size is increased. So I'm going to reduce the size here in the middle component. So in the middle component, I'm going to give the size of the image as 55. Okay. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to the sidebar. Okay. So I'm going to the sidebar component and here I am going to give the margin left for about 45. Okay. The next I'm going to increase as the width little bit. Okay, so I'm giving a width here that is 240 or 230 px. I'm giving that width to this banner also, that is this image width as 230 px. Okay, next I'm going to reduce this border radius in the sidebar and in the right bar also. So here we have given the border radius 15 px, so I'm giving as 10 px. And next I'm giving this border radius to this border top right radius that is 10 px and border top left radius 10 px. And also in the right bar I'm going to give the border radius as 10 px. Okay, so now you can see that border radius has changed. Okay, next I'm going to reduce the padding here in the home component. So here we have given the padding as 40 px. I'm giving as 20 px now. So now you can see that the padding has been reduced. I'm going to give the margin left here once more, that is in the sidebar. $55px. Okay, so this is a structure as of now. Next I'm going to do is to remove this preview after uploading the image. So here is a preview. In the file post component, I'm going to give set file as empty here. In the add post function. So at the time you can see that when I click the done button, this preview will be moved away. Next, I'm going to give the link to the network component for this message icon. So in the navbar, you can see that here is the message icon. So I'm going to give it as network here also. Okay. And here also I am going to pass this state. I'm going to click on this message icon. At that time, you can see that we will be redirected to the this network component itself. Okay. Then at last, I'm going to use the logout functionality from the Firebase or logout authentication. So in the navbar, I'm going to use this logout. So for that, I'm going to use a button named logout. So here below this image, I'm going to use the button from the material UI as like this way, and I'm giving the name of the button as logout. So now you can see that the button here. So I'm going to give the size as small, and I'm giving the variant as contained as like this way. Okay, I'm going to give the SX tag, and in this SX tag, I'm going to give the background color as black, white, and the color as black. So now you can see that the structure of this logout button is like this way. I'm going to put this button into another grid. So I'm going to give another grid, and I'm giving here as item SX1, and here I am giving it as 6. And I'm putting this button inside this grid. So as like this way at the end. Okay, I think this is very fine. So next I'm going to do is to define a function that is const logout, which is equal to, I'm going to use the function sign out from the Firebase as like this way, and I'm giving the async await, and I'm giving the try catch, and I'm putting this sign out functionality inside this try as like this way. Next, I'm going to call this function logout in this button, on click of this button as like this way. Okay. Next, I'm going to give this auth, which we have defined in the setup.js file. And also I am providing the Google provider, which we have defined in the setup.js file. So in the setup.js file, we can see that we have defined auth and a Google provider. So I have given that auth and Google provider in the sign out function. So now you can see that I'm going to click on the sign out button. At that time, you can see that the user has logged out. Okay, so here there is no user and the post. So next what I'm going to do is to, after sign in, we have to navigate into the login or sign in component. So here I am going to use the use navigate hook from React router DOM. So I'm going to assign use navigate into this variable, that is navigate, and here I am going to use this navigate variable as like this way. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that after clicking logout, we will be redirected to this sign in component. So I'm going to give the name and the designation again, and I'm going to click on the sign in button. Now we will be logged in and will be redirected. Next, I'm going to click on the logout button again. At that time, we will be logged out and we will be redirected to this sign in component. So we have completed our LinkedIn clone website. I think it is very useful to you. And if this video is useful to you, Please consider subscribing to your channel, like the video, and comment your feedback. Thank you.